A big thanks to our continuing subscriber JV Does Dev.
Warning. Some viewers may find the following stream rabbit holy. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good morning, happy Monday, how are we doing? Everybody's really happy, I'm sure, to be at the start of a new work week. I want to try and I know Morgan just said it might be rabbit holy, but I'm trying not to be rabbit holy today because we really got to get a wriggle on with the game jam. So first off, we'll do a quick close of the prediction. So which shirt today? Is it PlayStation, Donkey Kong, or something else? So if we take a quick look, we can find out it is in fact I use cookies. It is something else today. So we're going to choose the outcome and something else. Complete the prediction. There we go. Thanks for the raid on Saturday. Not sure if you heard, but I made affiliate. Excellent, Moxie. I'm glad you made affiliate. Well deserved. You've had some great streams. Some IRL streams taking us to places that I personally haven't been before. So yeah, good job. Now you can start doing the extra fun stuff, the monetizing. And yeah, if you have any questions, need any help, then let me know. I'll see what I can do. I mean, most of what we do here is centered around StreamerBot. So, you know, general streaming questions, OBS things, and specifically StreamerBot, I can give you a hand with. I almost said something, then I realized it could be offensive, so I stopped myself. That's called growth. JD, I couldn't be more proud of you. Well done. Thank you for having some restraint. Holy rabbit holy. Yes. Some people might not know, but if you don't go to church or if you haven't been in a while, some churches have animals as well. Possibly rabbits. Bear, welcome on in. Good to see you. Hope you had a good weekend. The really fun stuff. And here come the ads. Sorry. Yeah. The thing is, I think if you set things up properly, if you set them up to not be too intrusive, like the ads, you know, if someone doesn't want to watch your channel because for 3 minutes every hour, if they don't subscribe to you, their way of supporting is to watch ads. If they can't put up with that, then the question is, do you really want them in the stream? If they're going to come to the stream and all they're going to do is spend the whole time complaining about ads coming up, then see ya, wouldn't want to be ya. So, yeah, just, I don't know. I think I'm not going to get into it. Okay, so I'm glad you said I didn't have to say anything when you raided. The movie just started. Yeah, so when we raided in, Moxie was at a museum and was in the part of the museum where you have a room and everybody sits down quietly and you watch something. And we raided in, and I didn't realise that. I realised Moxie was live, obviously, but when we raided in, I didn't know that was where he was going to be. So I thought, well, let's we don't want to have a whole spiel about what I did in the stream and what Moxie's up to and where he is. You can see it from the title. It didn't really warrant much conversation. So yeah, no worries, Moxie. Moxie was bootlegging museum movies. No, I don't think that was. I mean, you know, if you really want to know, JD, you can always go back and watch the VOD. Okay. Hello, Doc. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Greetings to you. Oh, couple of close ones this morning on the drop. Dogs. Hey, no rabbit hole. It means no barking as well. Of course, it's a Monday, so we have things like, I don't know, mail delivered, trash collected. Welcome in, Smikes. Good to see you. I guess the time didn't want to restart the music again. See how it's going to go today. 15 minutes to 10, which is pretty accurate. That clock resets every 5 minutes, so yeah. Sometimes it's like someone's like, yeah, but that's 4 minutes off. It's not quite accurate. Yeah, because it updates every 5 minutes. So All right, so close the predicts. We know that I'm wearing a cookies shirt today. So if you did win points, GG's. Couple of quick updates. I know we've got Bear here and Bear likes story time. Well, I know this is going to come as a shock to many of you, but I went to a couple of Goodwills over the weekend and I may have got a couple of bargains. So the first bargain I don't have on my desk because it's already hooked up to the TV behind me. It was in fact a Panasonic Blu-ray player that also plays 3D Blu-rays, if you knew there was such a thing. So some Blu-rays have a 3D disc or a 3D version included, and if you have a 3D TV or a TV that supports 3D, which my new monster behind me does, and if you have the 3D glasses, which I don't yet but I'm working on, then you can watch things in 3D. So yeah, that's the first part of the story, Bear. I drove from DC to Chicago this weekend. That was my event. Oh yes, JD. Yeah, if you got any tea to spill, if you got any news from how things went on your road trip, let us know. And then the other thing that I got yesterday, you already might be aware that I had a little Mario lamp that was procured from Goodwill. These are like $20 in GameStop, and I got it for $4. And when you press it, it does a lovely Mario sound. Well, I found another lamp. Now, I'm not a big lover of lamps. I have a lot of lamps. I've got streaming lights. You know, it's quite dark in this corner. I have the neon lights. So most of them are functional. But, you know, when I see a little mushroom like that, I'm like, that's nice. Let's go ahead and get that for my desk. Because at the time, I don't even know if they work or not until I get them home, either put batteries in or change out the batteries and find out. And so this weekend, I saw this one that you may or may not recognize from a fairly well-known video game. Yeah, it is a TNT block from Minecraft. And as you can see, it's currently plugged in with a micro USB cable, and it has a button on the bottom. And then, no, that's next weekend. I'm hopefully going to get that, JD. When you press the button, oh look, it lights up. So this one is purely a lamp. It doesn't have any noise attached to it. But I figure even when it's not used as a lamp, just unlit. Oh, see, that's what I don't get. There's three modes. There's off, obviously. There's on, obviously. But then when I press the button again, it kind of flashes once, and I need to look up what that does. Well, it flashes a couple of times. Now, does that put a timer on? Does it kind of shut itself off after so long? I don't know. I'll have to look it up. What I did find is that it's like $40 or something silly on Target's website. So there we go. That was my purchase. And if you don't want to have it tied to being plugged in with a cable like I do, you can actually put batteries in the bottom. See? So if you had it as like a bedside lamp that was nowhere near a plug or an outlet, then yeah, you can hook it up like that. There were some roads, there were also some streets. No way! I mean, most of us don't go outside, so that is a revelation right there. What part of DC in general? I'm looking at doing a stream, walking around Foggy Bottom. College Park. I'm going to go into DC proper because martial law scares me. I mean, law generally scares a lot of people. Yes, Bear. So definitely a bargain. A bargain because it didn't cost me $40 from Target. It actually cost me $2. $1.99 plus tax. So a little over $2, and I got myself that lamp. So what I need to do now, and I say this every time I get something to go on my desk, is I need to clean my desk because it's I'm not sure messy is the right word. Busy. Let's go with busy. It's very busy. It's very occupied, and yeah, it could definitely do with a tidy up. I mean, I have candles. I have the big candle I'm using. I have a backup candle waiting in the wings for when I finish that one. I have my incense tray for when I burn incense sticks. So this little fella here, but I don't have any incense sticks at the moment, so he looks pretty hungry. I have this. because, well, yeah, Cowboys. When I start working on Cowboy Hero again, that's a nice little reminder for that. I also have a squishy pig. Here we go, squishy pig. Look, squishies and smushes, and I think it's sand or something like sand, because you squash him flat, and then he doesn't return to his original form. You have to kind of squash him back again. Yeah. Anyway, after saying we're not going to be rabbit holey today, I've clearly fallen down the hey, look what's on my desk rabbit hole. So let's try and move past that. So one of the things I wanted to look at today, one of the main things really, is to get this game moving, is to look at the lighting. So when we started it originally, said about having it set at night, because I thought it might be more atmospheric with zombies at night. So that's what I'm going to be looking into today. We had a good stream on Saturday, Sandbox Saturday. We looked at some different bits and pieces. We looked at possibly having a new Twitch viewer game, like the old DOS Gorillas game, if anybody remembers that, where you have two monkeys on top of a building, King Kong style, and throw bananas at each other, which wasn't in King Kong, at least not the first one anyway. So yeah, that's what happened for most of Saturday's stream. I did QBasic. I'm not going to stay long at doctor's appointment waiting for my rehab. All right. Okay, Moxie. Okay, so in order to set up this lighting in Unity, lighting can be quite the challenge, at least for me anyway. You have things like different lights you can have in your scene. You can have like skyboxes that you can have like a night sky with stars in. You can have lighting areas. You can have global illumination. You can have bait lights. It's a whole minefield. I mean, Tubby Crumbles would probably just like blink and his scene would be set up. But for me, little old me, I don't do a lot, especially with night scenes, because I think one game, Bookham and Bookham, that we talked about before, was set at night. But apart from that, I don't generally do night scenes. They're usually all in the daytime. So we're going to watch a couple of videos this morning and see if we can get this thing working. I learned to code with QBasic, fun memories. Yeah, I mean, I did Basic on the Spectrum, and then I think I moved from there to Visual Basic. I don't think I did QBasic. How you doing, Shark Geek? Welcome on in.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Thank you, JD, for squishing my head with a big old elephant. All right, so here we go. So a couple of videos. This one is 14 minutes long, but we're already 4 minutes in because I didn't need the intro. So this is somebody that's taken a Cinti Studios scene and they've gone ahead and converted it into a night scene. But even shorter, I found this one here, which is night lighting Unity in 15 seconds. So if anybody can keep their attention span open for 15 seconds, we might be able to find out what to do in this one. I squisher your head. You did. I squished my pig. You squished my head. We'll catch that renegade elephant plumber one of these days. Yeah, I mean, it's on a randomizer, so sometimes he's not very lucky and then he just runs off. All right, so 15 seconds. Possibly. GG's, JD's. Okay, so here we go. 15 seconds. We'll watch it through once, and then we'll step through it with Unity and see what it does to our scene. Our scene at the moment in the game is a very basic scene. It doesn't have any additional lights to the standard template. It doesn't have a skybox, so I think it's definitely going to be some tweaking and stuffs. You're a winner. Yes, let's see if you can be a winner at the drop game too, and see if you can. All right, moving on. All right, so 15 seconds. Here we go.
If you're looking to make a night scene in Unity, set the intensity of any global light to a very low value in your scene. Within your lighting settings, choose gradient and make each of the colors a dark purple. If you're using baked light maps, you'll need to rebake, or if you're using real-time lighting, that's it. If you're looking to make...
That's it. I mean, I don't know why I struggle so much. It's that simple. So, yeah, in case you missed it, we're going to watch it one more time, and then we're going to try implementing suggestions into my project. So here we go.
If you're looking to make a night scene in Unity, set the intensity of any global light to a very low value in your scene. Within your lighting settings, choose gradient and make each of the colors a dark purple. If you're using baked light maps, you'll need to rebake, or if you're using real-time lighting, that's it.
That's it. There is no step 3. 2 is clearly enough. So, with that said, show Unity. All right, so here we have, well, why are you telling me hold on? All right, Unity, here we go. Here we have the main project window. So I'm going to leave this open so you can see me implementing the changes, but you will hear the other video because I'm going to keep playing and pausing it and changing what is suggested. So
if you're looking to make a night scene in Unity, set the intensity of any global light to a very low value.
Very low value. So the only light we have at the moment is this directional light, and he's saying change the intensity, which is this number here, to something very low. He changes it to 0.1, so let's have a look. We have 0.1. So as you can see, things in the scene are getting darker, but not the skybox. We're not affecting the skybox at all. So chances are we're likely going to have to get a nighttime skybox, which we can do next. But we'll follow these 15 seconds first, and then we'll see what we're doing as far as night boxes go, or skyboxes.
Value in your scene. Within your lighting settings, choose gradient.
Within your lighting settings, choose gradient. So we've got lighting over here, and under environment lighting and source, he said gradient. Okay, it's already looking darker. That's good.
And make each of the colors a dark purple.
Make each of the colors a dark purple. Now, given that we have a zombie game, should we make each of the colors a dark green so it has more of a green tint than a purple tint? Or let's just start with the purple and see how it looks. We can always change it later. Or deep purple with some smoke on the background and fire in the sky. I'll see what you did there, Smokes. Let's have a look, see how dark purple we're going to make it. We have it like that, and then so his second one he has a slightly lighter purple. Maybe that. This is looking a bit too purpley, I think, for me. My God, I was having someone. Yeah, the capitalizing helped. All right, so obviously we don't want this lovely dark scene, and then oh look, we have the skybox still lovely lit up. So Let me finish this last 5 seconds of the video and then we'll look for a skybox.
If you're using baked light maps, you'll need to rebake or
generate lighting, blah, blah, blah. Boom. All right, now what's next?
if you're using real-time lighting, that's it. If you're
Okay, that's the video. So now what we need to do is we need to grab a skybox. Show browser. Now, Bear, if you're still listening, did you get the publisher sale asset? Did you check out, Bear? Did you get the freebie? There we go, back to iOS. Thanks for fixing it, Smokes. Much better indeed. Alright, so these are the skyboxes I have. Some of them won't necessarily be a good fit because, you know, we don't need planets. So most of them, as you'll see, are daytime. 8K skybox pack is probably a bit of overkill. Also maybe a bit too realistic for the art style. Let's have a look. Got the freebie, yay! Alright, close that. Bear! I'm just trying to help you. I'm just trying to lift you up. I'm just trying to get you what you're entitled to. A Halloween pack. Does it come with a skybox? Oh, it does. That's a bit too cartoony, though. Free real skies. What's this? Better fog. We do need some fog. Better fog, height fog. Pretty good fog. We might have to load this in. Open in Unity. Download. I'm not switching to Unity for this, just to switch back again. I'll be back in the browser in a moment. Mr. Naked Bear. I think that's his alt channel. Alright, iNub Studio, import. Probably should have checked which pipelines it works in, but I'm going to assume it's built in, at least. Appreciate you looking out for me and saving me from my offer. Where he eats chicken in a hot tub. Well, as you'll see from his alert command, he does actually sleep in a fridge, so there's that. Okay. Animated gas planet. No, we don't need any planets. No, there's a basic skybox on nighttime because I've seen it before. Now this Skybox Plus, Connect has some great assets. I'm sure Skybox Plus is one of them, but I struggled to actually get it working properly. It seemed like everything was purple. If you look at the demo scenes, it's like purple, 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 and I couldn't seem to change it from purple. I guess he does have a nighttime one, which we may or may not be able to use. Has the moon in. We can try that. Let's open that one. Show Unity. Download. Downloading.
I sentence you to get me some chicken nuggets.
Don't talk about chicken nuggets. That's one of my weaknesses. I seem to have a thing for the last few months of chicken nuggets that, you know, if we happen to go to a... If we happen to be passing a certain Golden Arches, I have to stop in and grab me some of the nuggies with barbecue sauce, because it's... I mean, I'm going to say it's the law. I don't know what law it is, but I'm going to say it's a law. Who broke the calendar? Well, Dugasoft. Whoa, what happened there? Everything blipped in OBS and then suddenly it came back again. Welcome in, Dugasoft. And it was actually Smikes that fixed it and you just broke it again. So thanks. You've been here less than 5 minutes and you're already broken the calendar. Actually, no. TD broke it. TD broke it. Dugasoft wanted to and was about to, but got beaten to the punch, as they say. Happy Wednesday, Winsing. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Happy Wednesday -2. That's what I'm going with. I wish sweet and sour sauce from there would fall off a truck. See, I like sweet and sour sauce if I have sweet and sour chicken or sweet and sour pork from the Chinese takeaway. You know, I might try that one time. I'm going to say I've never tried any of their other flavors. What's the other one they do? There's one that Mrs. Gamey has on the rare occasions that she has chicken nuggets. I can't think what it is. It's not sweet and sour, I don't think. I think it's one of the others, but I like their fake sweet and sour sauce. Maybe that's it. I have to wait an entire 5 minutes to fix it. But I've got faith in you, Smikes. I feel like, you know, as soon as that countdown hits 0, the cooldown, you're going to be all over it. Or some Rangoons. Is that crab? Crab Rangoon. That sounds familiar. What's the weather doing? I don't think the weather's going to be very nice for us today. They did say possible rain this week, but, you know, possible rain in Texas is when somebody puts their washers on their car in front of you and it kind of throws it over to you behind them, and that's kind of classified as rain in Texas. So, well, let's have a look. The high today is supposed to be 95. Yay! So 83 is not even up there yet. It's trying. It'll get there. Oh, quick update on the rat. We haven't caught the rat yet. We're still rat catching. We have the live trap, which you might be able to see on the burb cam, but it's still primed and ready to catch the rat, but the rat does not want to go in there for some reason. 129 days, Bear. That's going to be in double digits before we know it. And then I'll be curious to find out how it looks in double digits, because I'm not sure we did a... What was it, a Bob 99 we had for the calendar when we were testing? I'm not sure I did any such testing with the countdown clock, so... I know, I hope you catch it before more come. Once they leave their scent, it's very hard to get rid of them. Well, here's the thing, Shark Geek. Originally, it came at like 2 or 3 in the morning and triggered off the motion sensor, and we got a little video. And to all intents and purposes, it did look like a possum. Thanks for that bongo cat and those blurt biddies, Dukasoft. And it looked like a possum. So we're like, oh, we got a possum. And then couple of videos later, we're like, that's not a possum, that's a rat. And then it didn't come for a few nights, and we thought, it's already gone. And then it came back, and then we're like, yeah, we should probably set a trap. And then he came back with a friend, and there were 2 that we saw. I'm like, this is getting a bit much. So we got the live trap that we used to catch squirrels in the attic. We got it out of the shed, and we set it up over the weekend. And the first night, he didn't even come. Second night, he showed up and had a sniff around where the birdseed is. Didn't actually go into the live trap where it has the lovely rat bait. Not rat poison. We're not trying to kill it. We're just trying to catch it. So we had some stuff in there, a smorgasbord of rat offerings, if you will. And it didn't take the bait. So now we still have it primed. Like I say, I think the angle of the burb cam is enough that you can probably see it. Let me have a look. Burb cam.
Hey Big Gamey, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
You're welcome, Mr. Attenborough. Yeah, it's not great quality to see it, but you have the bird feeder, and then there's the hummingbird feeder below that. Below that, balanced on the banister, is a cage, and the kind of filled in rectangle that you can see, that's the sliding part on the front. That's the bit that'll drop down. So you got the cage underneath, and then I don't know what you call it really. It's not a portcullis, but the door, I guess, is supposed to come down when he goes into that cage and eats, but he hasn't done yet. Garbage cam, yes. For those that hadn't guessed, today is not just garbage can day, but also the green recycling can day. So they do recommend, nay, almost insist, that you put them 3 feet apart, because it's different vehicles that come and pick them up, and they have big grabbers to get hold of them. There's none of this manual stuff where you have humans pick it up and put it in. It's like a big grabbing arm that comes out, so they have to be 3 feet apart, and that's why you can only see my garbage can on there. You can't see my recycling can, which is further down the road, actually at the end of my driveway, behind my car, because I'm not going anywhere in my car until they've emptied it. So yeah, I hope that's a bit of interesting background information for you, Dukesoft. There we go. Now it's fixed again. Perfect. All right, Happy Bob 99. Yeah, that was fun, wasn't it, Bear? That was a fun time. Exactly. Yeah, so Smikes, one of the suggestions you had, hello, right on cue. Thanks, Dukesoft. One of the suggestions that Smikes had before was Mario throwing fireballs at me and setting me on fire, because, you know, Smikes just likes me that much. He wants to see me in flames. So I had a look at it and I thought, well, I can't really do anything with it. Smikes gave me the video of Mario throwing the fireballs, but I couldn't really decide or find anything good to put with it to have as an ending thing that didn't have me like writhing around on fire, because, you know, people got upset when I just electrocuted myself on Halloween. You know, apparently me sitting in Old Sparky and writhing around is quite distressing to some. So yeah, I didn't really want to actually set myself on fire, and I'm not sure it won't be triggering to some if there's like fire all around me. So what I'm thinking is possibly taking that same video, and instead of having Mario throwing fireballs, having him throwing my avatar. So my profile picture. So if I can make it so that I can put my profile picture over the fireballs to cover them up, and then he still comes on and goes like this and looks like he's doing the fireballs, but it's actually my profile picture instead. Then have them maybe, he throws them from this direction because I think that's the way the video faces, and then when they hit this beam here, then maybe make this shake or something. It looks like he's actually throwing avatars, and then use it for for bit redemptions. So I did talk about on another stream, 50 bits at the moment gets hot dogs on my head, 100 bits gets fireworks, and then maybe we can have like a bits number for Mario. I don't know what would be relevant, maybe just 250, I don't know. Where he comes on and he throws them at me and shakes the webcam, and maybe something like that. And also, I don't think Tubby Crumbles is here yet, but Tubby Crumbles had a suggestion of something that I'm going to attempt. I don't know if it's going to be possible or not, but like I've said on previous streams, when somebody says, oh yeah, I don't think you can do that, I usually like to say, hold my beer and then try to do it. So Tubby's idea was to take this webcam image, this lovely square here, rectangle, and break it into pieces and then have it crumble down to the bottom. So it looks like I've been a building that's been destroyed or something. I might have thought of a way to do it. Yeah. It's going to be one of those things that it'll either look...
Hey Lee, Dukasoft cheered 50 bits, so watch out for falling dogs.
Duka's dogs?
Thank
what are you
so
doing?
much, Dukasoft, for donating bits.
Thank you, Dukasoft, for those fitty bitties. Just to show me with a wiener on my head. Ha ha ha! Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't think there was any... I'm not sure if there was any, like, pun in there, as in things crumble and it was Tubby Crumbles. I don't know. I'm not sure. But I did actually have a thought. Bowling balls. Yeah, I think what appealed to me about the Mario thing is that moving just one object in OBS can be challenging. Moving like 3+ fireballs is even more challenging. Moving a bowling ball, well, I guess a bowling ball would work, but it's just how you would relate that to video games, because I'm trying now, when I put anything new on the stream, for it to be video game related. I don't feel like this is going to be a whole stream of hearing that fizzing noise every 5 minutes. Wii bowling, yeah. I mean, if there was a... That's into the screen though, isn't it? Rather than across the screen. So I don't know if I will be able to find... Except we're not going to rabbit hole today. And here we are. Show browser. Yeah, you see the view for Wii. I guess you could...
What you're trying to say is that you can't control it.
I'm not trying to say that. The whole bloody ship is.
It's the wild colour scheme that freaks me. I mean, when you try and operate one of these weird black controls which are labelled in black on a black background, a small black light lights up black to let you know you've done it. What is this? Some kind of intergalactic hyper...
Welcome in, Tubby. Good to see you. Just talking about you, and we summoned you. You mentioned, you may or may not remember, on a previous stream when we were talking about ideas for redemptions and commands and things, you had suggested breaking the webcam image and then crumbling it down here. Look, cookie crumbles, look. I may or may not have thought of a way of doing it. It's not going to be spectacular. And if it's not as good, if it doesn't look as good as I expect it to, then I just won't do it. But I had an idea, an epiphany, if you will, of how to do it. There we go. There's my shirt for the day. So I'm going to do some testing offline. It does involve quite a few masks. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Not mask as in Snapcam filters, but image masks. So I'm going to give it a try and we'll see. Still have it on my list. So Wii Bowling, Smokes, yeah, because this is from behind the player. If we can find a green screen. See, the thing is, if you find a green screen, how much of it is it going to green screen out that people aren't going to know it's Wii Bowling? I'd have to put something, maybe a logo on the screen or something. And then I guess you could have the avatar on here when he throws the ball, but it's not like a sideways 2D view, is it? That we could have it and then roll the avatar down. What about if we have Wii Bowling? We're really going to work on the jam game today, I promise. Wii Sports Bowling Strike Effect green screen. Okay, just. Hello, Porky. I made mango, banana, kiwi smoothies. Heavenly. Very nice. I'm trying to work out what was in there, including the text in the emote that made Piggy appear. Oh, Shambu. So there's ham in the middle. Okay, that's why it did it. A little pineapple for juice too. Yeah, I do like smoothies. I bought a blender just for that reason, to make smoothies. And it kind of got put away in the pantry and hasn't come back out. I'm going to have to get it back out and start buying some fresh fruit and making some more smoothies. Alright, so Wii Bowling Strike. Is that going to be all we get for the green screen options? Strike, strike, strike. Wii Channel green screen. I feel like it's Jimmy B93 has this on his stream. You win. Okay. Green screen free bowling pins. Wow, that's quite the bowl, isn't it? Smashing the pins. Wii Game Boot, Wii Sports Bowling in real life. Spare. Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to get anything beyond the announcements. A lot of it is the UI that they're green screening. Yeah. Yeah, I did like the idea. I just, obviously most of the time I'm limited by what green screen options I can find to implement these things. Alrighty. Well, I'm going to try not to rabbit hole anymore. So Skybox Plus. Show Unity. Alright, so I'm going to import the Connect Skybox Plus and see if the nighttime Skybox works and is what we need. Because once we have the night lighting worked out, we can start doing things like adding emissive materials to make them glow. We can add street lamps so we can have beams coming down. We can add headlamps so that we can see in the tunnels. We can add strip lights into the tunnels. There's a lot that goes along with the lighting, but the first step, of course, is to make it dark. Because until it's dark, we can't see how effective lights are. Alrighty. Skybox Plus is now in the scene. So what usually happens is there's a Skybox material, and if you go to the lighting tab and environment, and then here where it says Skybox material is usually where you can take a look. Now I'm going to click this dot, which is going to bring up a separate window, but thanks to OBS being OBS, you won't see it. But it brings up a select material window and gives me the opportunity to select which one I need. So let me just drag this window. It's just going to look like me moving the mouse pointer around, but I'm actually dragging a window. Blah, blah, blah. Let's have a look. Where are all the connect? Oh, great. Fatal error. Unity has given me a fatal error. Worker 1 could not allocate memory, system out of memory. That's great. That's really great. So now we get to quit Unity, and we get to see if it has in fact saved everything, which it may or may not have. Also, it won't let me click on the quit button because that will be too easy. I still have the select material window open, which I can't close out. So I might have to force close Unity, and then we just hope that we haven't lost anything, everything, nothing, any one of those options. All right, close window. Let's close out Unity. Okay, it doesn't want to close, so let's go to the task manager. And find Unity in the task manager. Here we go, Unity editor, end task. Unity is gone. And let's find out now if it has in fact taken my project with it. Reopen. Just talk amongst yourselves while it's opening back up. Okay, so we even have the digital sign. Well, digital sign is gone. That is no more. Did we put it into the prefabs folder? Have a look. Nope. So the work we did on the digital sign, which pretty much was creating a primitive and then adding some text to it and changing the font, that's gone. Let's have a look if we hit play. See if that's the worst case scenario. All right, so we've still got the prefabs loading in. All right, I did have a thought about the signs, and I thought, well, that might be, we might be having some feature creep in there. So I'm just going to proceed as we were. We're going to forget about the digital signs for now. So we do have a prefab bullet, but the observant among you will notice, hang on a minute, there's no gun. Where's the gun on top of the... Oh. So we've lost the gun, we've lost the muzzle flash that we put in last stream. The variable muzzle flash of player controller has not been assigned. I mean, it was assigned, but then you deleted it. So now we have no muzzle flash, no bullet, and no bullet spawn point, because we don't even have a gun. Got a big white rectangle over most of the screen. Thank you, Tubby, and I have no idea why. I saw that before I started Unity up again, and I thought it would just overwrite. But no. So here's the fun part. I don't actually have a big white rectangle I can close out. So where is that coming from? There it is. Wait, that says... Plinko game, so it's not that. Is it the parachute game? How weird.
Thank you so much, Clayman_dev for the raid.
Bit gamey.
Is that actually just part of the video?
I don't know, let's find out.
Oh, he's gonna go and check it and he's gonna explode into his face, isn't it?
I think it might. Let's have a look.
Hey, Bitgamy!
Dude, you are so fucking stupid.
One of Clayman's favourite clips. Welcome on in, Clay. Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. How are you doing? Every time. I know every time it seems to show one of the Rickroll clips. Even though you have other clips, it's like it knows you want to see them so much that it just shows those when you come in. So, how are you doing? What were you doing today? Hey, Roiku, good to see you. What did I miss on your stream today? Was it more work on the amazing Epic Hero game? Hey, Icy, how you doing? Yeah, so spill the tea. Tell us what you were doing today. I did see you go live because I not only follow Clayman, but I have notifications enabled. So I know when Clay goes live. Hey peeps, that's really weird. I opened 2 browser tabs with Lee and Clay and then the raid. Rob, how are you doing? Good to see you. Stream was good. Was adding more upgrades for Epic Hero game. What are we cooking today? Well, some might say let him cook, but Unity just crashed out on me. I loaded in the Connect Skybox asset, Skybox Plus, and then we tried to look through the options in the Skybox materials, and then Unity went wah, 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 and it crashed. And it gave me a horrible, nasty error, and then closed it out. And then for some weird reason, the parachute game showed a big white rectangle on the screen. And that's what we just managed to fix right before you raided in. So that was pretty good. And so now we're back into the Game Jam project. And it's like, oh, here, have some errors because you don't have a gun on top of your car anymore. You don't have a bullet anymore. You don't have a bullet spawn point anymore. So we've trashed some of your game. But good luck finishing by Friday when the jam ends. So, yeah. Here we are. Anyway, for those of you new to the channel, my name is BitGamey, as you probably heard Eminem announce when you raided in. And I usually work in the Unity game engine on a game called Rescue Ball, which is going to be hopefully my first Steam game. But for a couple of weeks, last week and this week, we're working on the Holistic 3D Game Jam show browser. This Game Jam here, which actually 4 days left. I have 4 days and 4 hours. Are we going to finish this in 4 days and 4 hours? I don't know. But anyway, this is the jam. Let me paste it in chat. And this is what we're going to be working on for the next 4 days and 4 hours. The jam theme is unexpected mashup. So we're mashing up a zombie shooter and a racing game. And we're going to have 3D endless runner with a car. And that's hopefully going to be shooting the zombies. However, Unity crashed. We no longer have a gun. We no longer have bullets or a spawn point. And so now we've got to do some backpedaling, get back to where we were, and do it all again. Because there's nothing more fun than doing exactly the same thing again, right? When you're working on a project. So, yeah. We shall see. That's a win-win. Exactly, Icy. Yeah. You have faith. Thank you, Berlin. It's double browser joy. I thought I'd click the same one twice. Perfect timing. Yeah, perfect timing indeed. So, yeah, this is the jam we're working on. Show Unity. This is Unity just after the project has crashed and we've gone back in. And then it's like, yep, sorry, no more gun, no more bullets. No more bullet spawn points. Just a bunch of errors, so good luck. So now we need to get the muzzle flash back again, which was the last thing we added to go in this slot. We need to get a bullet spawn point again so we can generate bullets at the right point. And then actual bullets again, which would be nice. So the bullets are easy enough because we still have them in prefabs. We can just drag that across to here. The muzzle flash is easy enough because we also created a prefab of that. So we need to put a gun back in place, which I thought we had, but we're going to have to go and dig it out again. And then we're going to have to create an object for the bullet spawn point because I don't think we still have that in-car camera. No, we don't. Okay. Alrighty. Escaminia, how you doing? I recognise you from Clay's chat. Yes, I'm quite often in Clay's chat, and Escaminia's in there. You asked what Clay did today.
Thanks for the
Here
follow.
is a quick replay. I feel like I'm not going to click on that because I feel like I'm going to guess that's probably a Rickroll. So I'm going to move swiftly on. That was like 2-minute standing ovation after I did 2-minute standing ovation. That is pretty impressive. Yeah. Oh, I thought you could catch a bit of Clay before the raid, but nice. Still, nice timing. Yeah. Thank you for that follow. Appreciate that. Yeah, so just when I'm thinking, hey, are we going to have enough time to finish this game? Unity goes and crashes, and now I've got some more work to do again. Yeah, to repeat. So here we are. So the muzzle flash ones, let's collapse. All right, so they're all muzzle flash, which we've just fixed by putting muzzle flash particle system back in the slot. We can clear that. All that we should need to do now is get the gun again, mount the gun on top again, get a spawn point for the bullets, and then drag the spawn point object into the slot where it currently says none down here, and we should be in good shape, hopefully. Actually, before Clay came in, I did send him a private message and I said, you know, my coffee's gone a bit cold, what should I do? And he said I should microwave it because he said coffee tastes best if you let it go cold after brewing it and then microwave it. So I'm going to run and microwave this coffee real quick. It should take me about minute 30, 2 minutes possibly. And when I come back, we're going to get the gun back on top of the car, add some bullets back to the gun, fix this up, this player controller script, and then hopefully at least we can just drive down the road and be firing again, which we did before Unity decided to throw a wobbler. I love Lean Claire's my double watch. It's the perfect pair. And I mean, I said it, Rob. What more proof positive do you need? You know, I don't say, hey everybody, come join my stream for a whole bunch of lies. That would just be wrong. So see, Roiku did as well. Just microwave my coffee too. Don't trust Clay's coffee advices. He needs to go make more of it every 5 seconds. Sounds addictive. If you microwave tea in the UK, then the tea police will knock on your door. Tea is something you shouldn't microwave, no. And you definitely shouldn't take cold water, put a tea bag in it, or put cold water in the microwave the cold water, and then put a tea bag in. You should always boil the kettle. That is tea law. But coffee is a different cup of tea? Coffee? Anyway, I'll be right back in about 2 minutes if you want to grab your favourite beverage, or in fact, if you already have a beverage or don't want one, your favourite snack. And I'll be back momentarily. So if you want to play the fishing game or the drop game, have at it. And as it usually says in chat when someone plays the drop game, if you score 99 or more, you get a free sub. What?
That's spicy meatball. That's a spicy meatball! That's a spicy meatball! That's a spicy meatball! That's a spicy meatball!
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all the stuff. All those lovely bits. Even the personalised blurps that Dukasoft has so lovingly crafted and added to the blurb system to get around, you know, me not having a song request command anymore. And then, you know, when my VODs get looked at by Twitch and they go, hey, yeah, you can't have the Lee song anymore. Sorry, we're going to nuke that. And then I'll move the VODs over to that one. That's it, yeah. And then it gets moved over to YouTube, and you know, it's not enough that Twitch decides to spank me for that. Then YouTube is like, yeah, we found this thing as well. We found one of these songs in your intro that even though you're apparently okay to use as long as you credit them, and I credit them, they still get upset about it. So yeah. I feel like the Stanley Parable narrator didn't say that enough times, Clay. Did he short you there? Did he start it and then just like, I know we've seen it before where he just like gives up and he's like, oh, had enough. And then yeah. Anyway, and BRB scene, I did notice that we had quite a few spicy meatball announcements. So I did put a 60-second cooldown on that per user. So just a heads up if you do something. And what kind of something? Let's have a look. What triggers the spicy command? Spicy, spice, pepper, or meatball. Any of those 4 words will trigger it. And now there should at least be a cooldown on it. So we should be good. I've got something for the copyright people to enjoy. I mean, it's a very grey area, isn't it? I mean, when you find something on... Thank you, Dukesoft. They will love that, I'm sure. I'm curious to see now if that's going to get me blocked in a number of... That's going to get me blocked in a number of territories on YouTube, like it normally says. But it's like, don't worry, your channel's not... Don't worry, your channel's not monetized. So it's not an issue. But, you know, if your channel was monetized, then it would suck to be you, because you probably wouldn't get this particular video in particular monetized. So... You're muted, so I'm just watching while in a meeting. Well, I have you muted. You're not muted. Yeah. OMG, that was hilarious. I was impressed by your power overly for a second. But the ability to mute me. Cat to Rickroll icy lights. I have no idea what that means, but thank you. Thank you, Dukesoft. I think at this rate, this whole stream might be muted. And Rob, you can actually turn me down. You have that power to mute me. There is, in fact, a redemption. And the redemption is called Turn Down for What? And it does actually mute my microphone for a while. So people have done that on occasion. So, yeah. Okay, so let's see if we can get back to square one, shall we? Since Unity decided to crash, and I guess I'll do it. I'm not sure.
Moments later.
Thank you. I'm loving all the redemptions today. It's the ones that aren't intrusive at all, and make the stream all the more fun. Oh, I thought you'd fix the calendar for a minute. Dukesoft, you just went and broke it. Okay, that was good. So we've had Mariah Goat and we've had Whitney Goat so far. Now we've got the...
The elephant is going to squash my head again because it's, you know, it's on a randomizer. And I can't do anything to stop it.
I mean, I could disable the redemption, but I don't want to do that. Last goat. Thank you, Dukesoft. Dukesoft, of course, being a goat. Thank you, Escaminia. Always good when people are quick to learn how to use my redemptions that do things to me. So, yeah. Alrighty, so let's see if we can grab the gun again. Where did we put it? It was probably under models, wasn't it? So, models, assets, was it this one? Because as Dukesoft will tell you, because I think it was pretty much just me and Dukesoft on the last stream, Dukesoft picked a prefab for the gun, which I think was this one. Cannon? Was it this one? Yeah, it was this one. Alright, so what we did was we took the gun and then we made the gun a child under the player, because we need the gun to move around when the player moves. And then we positioned this somewhere fairly central. Can we make a 0 on there? Okay. And then take a look at it from the side. Alright, let's move it forward just a little bit. Ooh, 129 days. Won't be long now. I'd say probably another 29-ish days, 30 days before it goes into double digits. So we can either have this mounted further forward, or I quite like the idea of it being further back. Maybe we can rotate it on the x-axis. Do some rotation here so that it's mounted level. There we go. All right. So I feel like we changed the scale as well. Did we change? So the current scale shows 1.5. We have it as 2. Yeah. I think we needed a beefier gun. Okay, so I've got a scale of 2. Fly, 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 my fruit fly. That is, of course, Shark Geek's amazing song. It is Redemption on Balint's stream. Speaking of which, of course, as soon as you say that, so many flies in Texas this year, one just decides to whiz past my face. Drop seems a bit laggy. So, Tubby, I don't know if you were here when... in fact, of course you were here. You were the one that told me about it. I had that big white rectangle. I disabled the source and enabled it again. And so we might have an issue. Let me see if I can do a refresh on the cache or something. Parachute game. Crash cache of current page. All right, let me know if it's any different now, Tubby. In fact, I can just go ahead and try it, right? I don't know how accurate a representation that will be, but hopefully that's fixed it. Hopefully we're not a bit laggy anymore. Oh, is that the closest one today, I wonder? 98.23. All right, so hopefully we're no longer a bit laggy, and somebody possibly maybe might get a win in the drop game today with a 99 plus. Keep on keeping on. Right, so we have the gun back, which means now we have the gun back, we can also have a spawn point back for the bullet. That is actually one of the better ones. When it's timed perfectly like that to go over the song, I can appreciate that level of editing. So thank you, Dukasoft. I mean, you can never have too many goats. Am I right? I'm right. So we have a gun back. Now we're going to do a create empty, and this is going to be bullet spawn point. Okay, and now if we go to player, we can drag the bullet spawn point into, well, bullet spawn point. There we go. Just need to make sure that the point itself is in the right spot. Now, if you remember, before it crashed, in fact, I think I didn't even shoot today on today's stream, but in the last stream, when we were testing it, the bullet seemed to be not exactly in the center. So you can give that a test, see how it does. I think that should have fixed all the issues. We've got the gun back, got the bullet reassigned in the slot. We have the muzzle flash particle system assigned to the slot again, and now we have the bullet spawn point assigned. So let's see if it decides to work. Well, I mean, it's working. There's a bullet. There's definitely a bullet there. I think I see a flaw to my plan though at the moment. With, you know, the size of the bullet, because when we fire, I think we don't really need the bullet to be the size of the car, do we? Yeah, I think that one is pretty great. Yeah. Yeah. So we're getting there. We're getting back to where we were. We just don't need a humongous size bullet like this. If we take a look at the spawned bullet, or bullet clone, it's actually 1.3. I feel like we didn't have that size in the prefab. Right, so it's 1, but it's obviously getting rescaled when it's childed. So, say, is that back to 1? Let's make it 0.1 for all 3 scales. Let's try it now. No. There it is. There's the bullet. Is that bullet size? Is that the size we want? I mean, it's definitely not where we want it to be. It seems like it's definitely not spawning possibly at the bullet spawn point, which is down here. So let's try another one. Try it again. Yeah, so it's not using the correct bullet spawn point location because the spawn point is down here, as you can see, and the bullet itself is being spawned up there, which is not correct. So now we get to fix that as well. Or do you maybe some huge Zeds and they require some huge bullet? I mean, you know, if we had a car that was maybe 5 times the size, then maybe those bullets would be perfect. But yeah, now we've got the bullets the right size, then they're spawning in the wrong location. Fun, fun, fun! Minor detail. Yeah, I mean, you know, the bullets at this height would be good for hitting the zombies that are going to be crawling down these tunnels. But yeah, don't think. I mean, we have player here, we have the bullet spawn point, and the bullet spawn point is using this one, and this bullet spawn point is down here. So it begs the question, while it's spawning it on the correct x-axis and it's spawning it on the correct z-axis, it's not actually spawning it on the correct y-axis. So instead of being all the way up here, it's supposed to be further down. But also we have some rotation that you might see in there, because the blue arrow is the z-axis and that's usually the forward axis. Clearly isn't here. We have some rotation of 86.15 degrees. And I'm wondering if we caused issues by rotating the gun slightly. So we look at the gun. Yeah, we'd had some slight rotation on the gun. So maybe what we need to do is, instead of having the bullet spawn point as a child of the gun, we just have it as a child of the player. And then we have the spawn point shown correctly there. Now let's see what happens. We hit play and see if it generates in the right place. I wouldn't have thought that less than 4 degree rotation would have caused, I mean, would have definitely caused the rotation issue, but not the positional issue. Yeah, it's still too high. So there's the bullet. It still has rotation. What is going on? Oh, the bullet itself has a 90 degree rotation. What? Why? And it looks okay when it generates in the scene. Oh, it's night. It starts off as that because it's a primitive cylinder. So we rotate it 90. Okay. All right. That makes sense. So that explains why we have some rotation on it. And it is moving in the right direction, which is fine. It's just, why is it not using the correct spawn bullet point? Oh, is it the scale? Is it because we somehow have the scale at 2? Okay. Scale back to 1. Hit play. Nope. Does not want to spawn for some reason. In fact, bullet spawn point, that should be 0 now. The cannon had the slight rotation, not the bullet. Okay, so bullet spawn point. No, needs to be forward. Non-convex mesh collider. Okay, we don't even. Where's the cannon that we put back? Doesn't still have the rigid body anywhere, does it? Because we took that out. No, it doesn't. Okay, so it's convex in there and a convex in there. That'll shut up those stupid messages. And play. Still generating it too high. I mean, other than accommodating for it by moving the spawn point down, we can try that. Is the car a Challenger? I think it might be, Shoutgeek, yeah. Did it say Challenger on the car? I'm not sure it did. Look at the models, American sports car. Maybe they can't say Challenger because, you know, laws and stuff. Bembo. There we go. They called it a Bembo. I don't know. There's actually 4 different ones. This was the only one really that had any dirt on it, which I wanted. That's why I chose the green one. Okay, so we're going to try moving the spawn point because clearly it doesn't like the spawn point where it is. Let's move it down some and let's see if that makes any difference to where the bullets originate. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna, for some reason it doesn't like spawn point that we're using, so we have to do some trial and error. Let's move it up slightly. Okay, so we're getting there. It's pretty close. Okay, we need to bring it back slightly. Alright, that looks like it's coming out of the barrel now. Okay, so what we need to do now is take the current location, copy position, and then stop it, and then paste the position. Okay, and then hit play. Alright, so we have the bullets coming out again where they need to. Good. Okay, that's that part fixed. What else did we have? The muzzle flash. I mean, it looks like a Mustang fastback. Oh yeah, I was looking on my phone. I see it now on the PC. I think Pressure is right. That trim from the headlight to the door is a Mustang thing. Yeah, alright, so we clearly lost the 15 seconds of all the changes that we put in for the lights. I'm going to save the project at this point so that we don't lose anything again. And then we went to lighting and the environment tab. and changed it from skybox to gradient, and then the colors we changed it to why is it not bringing up the box for me? Come on. Gradient. Ignite. All right, looks like Berlin just went live, so get over there and see what's going on with him today. This is not his usual stream time. It's probably on his schedule. If you look at his schedule that he posts on his Discord server. But yeah, usually his 9 p.m. Mountain Time, I think it is, he usually starts. But I know he's got at least one or two. I think he's doing games today with Plain Old Trey, possibly. So I think that's why he's starting early. Time for food things to go into the mouth hole. Back shortly. All right, Freshie. Come back and tell us what it was and make us all even more hungry than I already am, because I just had a couple of not toasted Pop-Tarts, so I'm clearly living it large today. All right, so let's see what we can get going. I know you're jealous. I'll send you some in the mail. Okay, so we have the gun firing again. We now need to find out why the muzzle flash is not flashing on, well, on the muzzle. Because if we look at the player script, is this music today? All right, this is a bit more calm. We need the muzzle flash. We had it working. It was working. Lots of things were working, and then Unity went bleh, and sicked up most of my project. Now we're going to reach down into Unity's virtual throat and pull out the bits that it didn't give us back, that we can be working again. Oh, Anders gets in the pool. Let's see. Let me have a try. Here we go. Could this be the wiener today? Wiener, chicken dinner. Nothing on the bird feeder at the moment, so it's not worth doing the burb cam. Oh, what was that? I feel like that was a hummingbird. 72.99, not quite enough. Close, but no cigar, as they say. All right, make sure there's nothing else on my phone I'm missing out on. Nope, all good. Okay, muzzle flash. Let's see if we can get this muzzle flash working by the time Freshie comes back after putting stuff in his mouth hole. Okay, so if we look at the player and then we look at, we'll do the lighting in a minute, we'll get back to that, but let's get this muzzle flash fixed. So we have muzzle flash was the particle system down here, this explosion. Okay, so the issue is we linked the prefab to it. We didn't want to link the prefab. We want to actually drag prefab onto the player. Let's try putting it on the cannon again. It won't cause any issues. Okay, so there it is. We do a restart. Boom. So don't look at it in this left scene view. Look at it in the right game view, because that's what the player's going to see. So boof, 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 boof when you fire. Okay, that works. What we need to do is we need to bring it further down. Try it again. Okay, and I think I shrunk it when we put it in on Saturday, because that's quite a cloud of smoke. Maybe we do need that. Maybe just leave it as the size it is at the moment. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But also we need to decide on a sound at some point. One day this week, either on stream or off, I'm going to have to dedicate to audio, among other things. We're going to need some either ambient soundtrack while we're playing, or maybe some horror music while we're playing. But we're also going to need sounds like the gun firing. We already have audio for the car. Got all them chickens. Count your chickens. Yeah, I feel like if this game is in a finished enough state that I get to submit it to the jam, I'm getting a lot of feature creep in my head that we might be able to add in at a later time and then make it even bigger and better. My focus for now is not to worry about zombie chickens running across the road and running into them, but it's actually to try and finish the game as was intended. Original idea I had in my head. So what we need to do, the explosion needs to stay active because we're just doing a play when the gun fires. So if we go back to the player object and the script that we have, minimize these, and then we're going to drag the explosion from here into the muzzle flash slot. Okay, now when we play this time, we should get in the right pane, if we watch, when we fire the gun. Oof, oof, oof. Oh yeah, the problem is that we can't see the bullets. So we either need to make the bullets bigger or we make the muzzle flash smaller. I think we're going to increase the size of the bullet. I think that's what we can do this time. So instead of 0.2, let's go 0.5. Let's large it and let's see how that looks. Right, the reason it's firing as soon as we start playing is because if we go and look at it, a lot of particle system prefabs, when you import them, are set to play on awake, this thing here. So as soon as
I should have plugged me phone in before the worky lurky thing and back with lunch. Got a fancy ham and Swiss sandwich, potato chips and a banana. Hope all is well with yo.
Tatum, I hope that your phone can be fully charged in short order. Ham and Swiss sounds delicious. Potato chips and a banana. Are they barbecue potato chips? Are they salt and vinegar? Spicy chili, maybe? I feel like there's one tiny detail. You gave us a good description, but I feel like there's one tiny detail you left out there. As a lover of potato chips myself, or crisps as we call them in England, I feel like I need to know what flavour you have. Alright, so now we've unchecked the play on awake. When we hit play this time, it won't automatically play the particle system, and it should just play it when we fire the gun. We should have increased the size of the bullet, hopefully not to the massive size we had before, but let's see if we can fire. No, it's not even firing. The object of type particle system has been destroyed. Okay, so what's happening here is this particular developer in particular that I got these particle systems from added their own script so that when the particle system plays once, it destroys itself just so it's no longer in the scene, which sometimes that's a good thing. Other times, like now, when all we're doing is leaving it in the scene, we don't want it to do that, because then when we try and play it a second time, it goes, wait, where is it? It's gone, because their script destroyed it. So if we go back and look at this particle system and we scroll down, we'll find this CFX auto destruct shuriken script. All right, so if we just get rid of that, remove component and clear the console of errors, hit play again, and let's see this time. Should have a particle system that doesn't autoplay, which it didn't, and then I'm going to press the fire button and it should play the particle system. We should get a bullet come out, and it should be a bigger bullet that hopefully we can see through the smoke of the particle system. There we go. Now that's a comical oversized bullet. Are we good with that? I think when we have a comical oversized audio clip to go with it as well, like boom, boom, that will probably be okay. And also, we probably don't want the ability to spam it like this, right? So the choices we have are, do we make it so it overheats if we use it too much, in which case you would have to slow down and not use it as much, or do we build in a delay so that you can't fire it as often? Let's have a look at the script. Doritos chip, sour cream and onion. Okay, that's a good choice. Yep, I approve. I approve of sour cream and onion. In England, they have a flavour called cheese and onion, which I think is probably the closest to that. Okay. So when we hit the space, we're going to see fire audio. Oh, show code. That would help, wouldn't it? All right, so when we press the space bar, which is the current fire key, then we play the muzzle flash particle system. We need to fire audio, so we need to have a boom or whatever we're going to have as the firing noise. I thought we could jolt the car a bit, possibly, just to show that it's quite a powerful weapon. This is the part where we instantiate the bullet, or we create the bullet in the scene. And then we set the bullet to destroy after bullet TTL, or time to live, seconds. And that's determined up here at the top. As a public float, meaning it'll appear in the inspector when we're inside Unity, and we can change it in there instead of having to keep changing it in the script in here and then keep recompiling it. Okay. Well, let's just, rather than saying let's have a separate day for audio, let's try and do things modularly. Since we're working on the gun already, let's do the whole thing. I feel like I'm missing out on some snacks from England. I'll tell you what, Tatum, next time I'm there, I'll bring some back for you, okay? And then we'll either meet up or I'll send them to you, because there are some pretty good snacks like Monster Munch. They have a pickled onion flavour of Monster Munch that they're very good. They have a bacon potato chip. They're actually shaped like rashers of bacon. I want to say Frazzles, but I'm sure if Tubby or Nerdwino or Sparky or one of my other limey peeps are in here, they'll be able to correct me. Alright, so let's see if we can get a sound. I don't think we have any audio in the project at the moment, do we? Show Unity. What do we have in the project as far as audio goes? Have effects, fire and flames. There's not really anything we can use in there. Got the engine sounds for the vehicle. I don't think there's anything in here that would work as a... Oh, pack guns. There we go. This might work. Oh, look. Okay. We're in business. Captain Krabs, how you doing? Welcome on in. I hope you don't mind me asking you every time I see you, but is there any job news, or would you sooner me just wait for you to tell us when there is? The last thing I want to do is depress you by keep asking and you keep saying, no news, no news. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to ask anymore. I'm going to wait for you to tell us. So I'm going to wait for that glorious day when you come in and go, hey, guess what? No, we'll wait. I'll wait on you, okay? All right, so after the Unity crash, I think we've got everything back to pretty much where we need it to be. What we're going to look at now is sounds. Now, what we put in is called a cannon. So do we think that cannon might be a good sound for it? Or do you think that might be like a medieval, let's wheel it out and light the fuse at the back and then there'll be a huge cannon boom? Maybe that's what we need. I don't know. Okay, so let's have a look. There might be a bit too much build up on that because we want it to kind of boom as soon as we press the key, don't we? This one kind of gets louder until it actually kicks off properly. Okay, so not that one, there's too much build up, but we have Explosion 1. Explosion 2. I think Explosion 2 is a bit too weedy for the big boom I'm trying to go for. I have a fuse, although that would be an actual cannon. Bundle. Back guns, mechanical. That's more like reloading sounds, isn't it? And then it brings us on to reloads. Don't need reloads. These two don't seem a lot different, do they? Shot 1. Shot 1 explosion. That's quite a nice beefy one, isn't it? Not the music. Alright, so 3 is a winner so far. Three and 9. Oh, how many have we got? They're very samey, aren't they? Oh, because I'm playing the same one. Hey, the 3 and 9. A bit muffled. 3 and 9 so far. Right, so we've got 3 and 9 are my favourites. So we've got 3, which is this one. 9, which is this one. I think 3. 9 sounds more like an actual cannon. Go with 3. So hit the audio manager, and then we add one element in there, and put the music back on. And shot 3 explosion, we're going to put in as the clip, and it's going to be shot Volume is going to be 1. Pitch is going to be 1. We don't want to loop it. We don't want to play it on awake. Alright, so show code. Show code. Alright, so I'm going to, in the audio manager, we're going to play the sound we called shot. Jolt car, we can do that later. Alright, let's test out the shot sound. We also need to put a delay in, we haven't delayed it yet, so we can't fire as often. Show unity. I like how the sound gets, when it goes in the reverb zone in the tunnel, the sound is different as well. So you've got the sound outside the tunnel, and then inside. You get the echo from the tunnel. Edwino, how you doing? Welcome on in. So now, do we decide to slow down fire rate? Do we allow it to have so many bullets in the scene at one time? I don't want to make it too easy as a thing. I don't want it to be like Space Invaders where you can just like go across all 3 lanes and just fire and then wipe everything out, because that's going to be too easy. So I think for now I'm going to build a delay in. Now, I can see the comments now. People are like, oh, it's too frustrating. You know, you shoot and then you have to wait before you can shoot again. But there it is. That's what's going to happen. So restart the music. Okay. Show code. All right, so we need to put a delay in when there's a shot. So I'm probably going to go with a ball and shoot. We have a private ball and shoot. Be true initially. And then what we want to say is, if you press the space bar and can shoot. Oh, put it in the right place, of course. If you press the space and can shoot, then do this. So then we want to say can shoot equals false, which you actually shot because you can't shoot again. And then you probably want to call, let's have a method called delay shots. Want to invoke the method called delay shots. Now we want to invoke it after, say, 2 seconds, just for testing. Okay, and then down here we're going to have a private void. I'm going to call it, not can shoot. I'm going to call it delay shots. And the only thing we're going to have in here is we want to set can shoot be true again so we can fire. Alright, so what should happen is initially can shoot is set to true, so the game starts and then player presses the space button, space key, and then when they press the space bar, says, okay, you've pressed the space bar and can shoot is true because it just started. So we're going to set can shoot to false. So when this loops around again, if you press space again, it's not going to do the shot because it'll say can shoot is false. Okay, and then it calls it this method, delay shots. After 2 seconds, the things will keep running, but after a couple of seconds, it will then change it back to true. So if you press space in the meantime, for this delay shots. Actually, do we need to call it delay shots? Let's call it resume shooting. That's what it's doing. It's letting you resume shooting again. All right. So now, if we save this and we can give it a test. Spa week for the guinea pigs. I wish I was one of Arduino's guinea pigs. I wouldn't mind a spa week. Alright, so show Unity. Now we can give it a test. Show Unity. Alright, so I'm going to hit play, and this time I shouldn't be able to spam the fire button. It should only let me fire every 2 seconds. Alright, that works. I'll go fire, out fire here until... And it also coincides, funnily enough, with how long we've set the bullet to disappear. So when you see the bullet disappear, that's when you know you're able to fire again. So I think we need to speed up the particle system. That smoke seems to take a long time to disappear, doesn't it? Yeah, and also it makes it, but the particle system follows the gun, which it wouldn't do normally. Alright, I think we need to speed up the particle system. We go here, and we go Tools, nope, Window, Cartoon Effects, Easy Editor, set speed. Speed is going to be 2. Okay, let's test it. Ah, wait, smoke. Is it the smoke that's taking so long? Yeah, so there's smoke, big, quick, and then the smoke down here. What's this one? I think the smoke we can set to be a speed. Let's try the whole thing. It should. Let's see. Speed 2. Set speed. But now let's try it. Alright, and then I think the smoke can probably speed that up even more, maybe 1.5. Speed. Yeah. Restart. Smoke still takes a while. Smoke big quick. Speed 1.5. Back up to the top, restart. That smoke's taking too long to fade out. Alright, question is, which smoke is it? So we'll disable that smoke there and let's do a test. Okay, so it's definitely this smoke down here, this one. We're going to try and do a speed of 2 in the smoke one. Set speed. Set speed again. Now let's try 30. Let's do some extreme testing. Yeah, I think maybe 5. Yeah, that works for me. Alright, so close that. Back up here. Test it again. Okay, that's better now. At least when you fire, it's not so obvious that if you change lanes, particle system is not. Particle system moves with the car. Alrighty. Okay. I'm going to grab a quick coffee. I'll be right back, and then we'll see what we'll work on next. Alright, that's a pretty slow bullet, so let's see if we can work on the bullet speed. Again, I don't want to make it too easy for the player is a thing. We can tweak the bullet speed, but I don't want to tweak it until we see how fast the level's moving, how quickly the zombies come up to the player. And two things we're putting in today is night lighting and fog. So at that point we'll be able to see how quickly zombies emerge from the fog in the dark and see if it's too easy or not. So when the thing's finished, or even heading towards the finish line. Play testing is going to be key for things like bullet speed and tweakings. Tatum taking a quick soak in the pool. Why do I feel like that's going to be a wall slide? No, not a wall slide, just a complete overshoot. There it is. All right. Now let's try, well, let's save the project. And then we're going to try and do the lighting again. I'll make it dark. So if we go to the lighting tab and we change the it's already set to gradient. Will it let me bring up the box? It will. Okay. So I don't know, it was pretty purpley last time, wasn't it? Let's drag it around a bit more to purples. Maybe this one. Okay. Oh, we need to go back to the directional light in the inspector and drop the intensity down to 0.1. Okay.
Force Mike's 24.
There we go. Random subscriber shout out. You too can get shouted out randomly if you subscribe, like Smikes does. If you're not already following, go drop them a follow. APOC triggering the gas audio clip there. How you doing, APOC? Good to see you. Alright, so back to the lighting tab. We have it set to dark purple and then this grey. We're also going to set to slightly lighter, possibly. And this gives us a purple hue in the scene, but we can change this later to either not a hue at all. We can just make it different shades of grey. Not 50 shades though. Is it going well? It's definitely going, APOC. We had a Unity crash earlier, which meant I lost a couple of features that we'd put in, so we've spent some time putting those back in today. But yeah, we're just racing against the clock now because we take a look at Show Browser. We have 4 days, 3 hours, and 15 minutes left. Get this game submitted, and it's nowhere near finished. I mean, you know, we're getting there, slowly but surely. Show Unity.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
I hope so. I guess we'll find out. You know, it's also not the end of the world, like I tell people that thinking of participating in jams. If we don't get it submitted, it's nice. It's always nice to get a finished product submitted and in there, but I'm not about to submit something that's half finished or not ready for showtime. I'm not necessarily banking on getting it to completely polished state if I was going to release a project, but at the same time, you know, I want it to be something that I'm proud of. So today we're working at least on lighting and fog. If we hit play now, we had to reinstate the gun and the bullets and the smoke and the muzzle flash, so as we can tell now, we're going to need some kind of light maybe attached to the bullet because we can see it firing. As we can see here, it's been affected by turning everything down to make it a night scene. Okay, so we had changed all of those. We did that. Let's disable fog in here because we're going to add our own fog system in. And then it was skyboxes that we were looking at, and this was when it crashed last time because we imported Cronex's Skybox Plus. Have a look at the README. Select one of the provided materials in Skybox Plus Resources, Skybox Plus Materials, and assign it to the Skybox material in Lighting Settings in Unity menu. Okay, so materials should be in Skybox Plus, resources, Skybox Plus, materials. I don't know why it's buried so deep, but anyway, here it is. And will it show us any thumbnails possibly? Well, I mean, kinda, sorta. Are they also washed out? We've got clear, clouds. More clouds. All the purple, of course. Oh, we had a moon shown in one of them. Or is that bait and switch? No moon. Why would there be a moon when it looked like there was a moon in one of the screenshots? And that was partly why I downloaded it, because I thought the moon would look cool. Bye-bye, Skybox Plus. Show browser. Back to the browser. Oh, Skybox Plus clearly shows a dark sky, clearly shows a moon. Thanks for nothing, Connect. Alright, so moving on. Morning, cloudy day, polyverse skies, customizable, Farland skies. It's a bit too cartoony. Skybox add-on, already deprecated. Maybe not. Skybox Series 3. It always seems to be the one that I end up coming back to. A classic HD Starfield, so we have that one. Got the Skybox 3 up here. Panda's coming in hot with the drop. It's a hot drop. Something. Oh, a little bit of overshot there. Gotta get back to work. You have a great day. Thanks for the stream. Thank you, Tatum, for taking time out of your day to spend with us. I hope work flies by quickly and you're back home on your sofa before you know it. Oh, JD actually tried to get his JD Nyan cat squished down the side of the pool and achieved it. So, GG, JD? That hurt. Yeah, I mean, it would have been a softer landing had you landed in the water. I grant you that. I think this emote might trigger one of my sound alerts, but here we go. Yeah. All right. I think there's a new Scream movie coming out soon, isn't there? Is it Scream 6, possibly? Allegedly. Alrighty, so I don't think there's not many really that I like in this Skybox Series 3, although I do use this in a few projects. Very good for a free asset. I mean, this one might kind of sort of work. Repack of Nebula Space. Classic Starfield. I mean, I guess we can always place a moon in the sky. You know, if we did have a skybox, it doesn't necessarily mean that we would see the moon unless we rotated it in the direction we were headed. Because remember, we're just going to be going in one straight line all the time. I do feel like it would be nice if there was a moon in there. I thought I had more skyboxes, at least a decent skybox with the moon in it. Somehow I don't. What if we do a search for night skybox? Back to work for me. Alright, JD. Don't overdo it. Let everybody else run around like headless chickens and you just take all the credit or something. Okay? Real Stars Skybox. Super simple skybox. Procedural sky with shader graph. Something like that would be good. Advanced moon and star rendering. PBR stars, texture-based star maps, horizon-based desaturation, limb darkening, and more. I don't understand most of that, but that does look quite nice. Easy is it to implement though, because we're on time crunch at the moment. Uses shader graph as a few components, make it incredibly easy to add a stylized or realistic procedural skybox to a game in seconds. Easy to use and looks great. All the sun, moon, and more. Alright, so since it says this is really easy and it does work in built in, we're going to give it a try. $15. Open in Unity. Show Unity. Show Unity. Downloading. Import. And once we've got the lighting looking just so. Oh, here's the mail van. Okay, time to bark. Mail van that comes every day. Go on. Yap it up. No? Really? You're just going to look? Stand and stare? Well, okay then. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and import this. And then pray to the asset gods that it doesn't balk anything. I don't have the trap triggered by anything yet. Under the bird feeder. Also, not a lot coming to the bird feeder. I do wonder if the rats have left some kind of scent. Now the birds are like, yeah, I'm not going near that. Oh, there's a butterfly. By the time I've actually activated the burb cam, the butterfly has probably flown the coop or something.
Hey BitGamey, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
All a bit quiet out there today, isn't it? Got a little bit of a breeze, which is always nice. Not seeing much in the way of birds or hummingbirds or butterflies or bees or any of the good stuff that we've seen previously. Oh well, he'll be back. Alrighty, so oh, there's a hummingbird just flew across the window. Oh, there it is. Look, hummingbird. What? I mean, it didn't actually go to the hummingbird feeder. It went to the yellow flowers, but still. Had a brief glimpse there. Alright, so still trying to import. Slowly but surely. There we go. Okay. Close down the audio, close down the models.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Anybody seen the new Naked Gun yet with Liam Neeson? With a good review from Jern. That he enjoyed it. Okay, so in-app studio, let's have a look. Let's see. Yes, we saw it. You liked it too, Anders? Thought it was good? I mean, 2 glowing reviews I've had of it. Because I did see the trailer, and it did make me think that they managed to capture the essence of the original. I just don't know. It's so iconic. I mean, what's going to be next? They're going to remake Airplane without Leslie Nielsen. I don't know. It was pretty good. I mean, also, I haven't seen Liam Neeson. I can't think of any other movie where I've seen him in a comedy role. He always usually has a special set of skills, or, you know, is beating up people on a train or something that's a bit more serious. All right. Well, this is better fog. This isn't even the one that I just imported. Where did the one go that we just imported then? Package content and packages. All right. Guess I need to look under packages under Oka software. It's the first place I'd have thought to look. Yeah, I'm not even seeing it there. Well, this is fantastic. Did we actually import it, or did I just download it? I feel like we did import it. Super simple. Yep, nothing to import. All assets from this package are already in your project. Okay, so let's have a look for license.md. Okay. And all these licenses, visual scripting. It's the first time in all my years of using Unity I've imported something and then I can't find it. I mean, does that seem like a me issue, or show browser? Why is this person only giving it 1 star? There is a problem with the asset, is there now? What would that problem be? I obtained this asset because it is included in multiple asset bundles. I added the asset to the project because I needed the skybox function, but it cannot be removed. The button to remove the package is disabled in the package manager. So I cannot remove it, and even directly modifying the dependencies in the Unity packages JSON file did not work. Sorry to hear you're having problems with the asset. If you want, I'd be more than willing to help out in a chat on our Discord server. Well, do you know what? At least you could find it when she'd imported it. Where is that? When we go here and we look at package content, it shows it's under packages, Docker software, blah blah blah. Yeah, runtime, samples, demo, shaders, textures. I wonder if it's going to be as straightforward as... I mean, it says in a few seconds. It's taking me longer than that to find a package. In seconds. Plug and play. Drag and drop this skybox material. Okay, so show Unity. We should just be able to go to the lighting tab, and where it says skybox material, click on it. And then it brings me up a window that you don't see, but should be able to set a skybox in here. Have a look for the nighttime ones, possibly. Too much for one to actually be called night, wouldn't it? Let's see. Nothing with moon in. Nothing with night in. Okay, excellent. So now I'm just scrolling like a maniac. Looking through. Trying to find out which of these might actually work. Walk. One called walk. Well, that one I just chose made the scene very dark. Let's see. Walk. There's a lot of materials in here. It pretty much brings up all the materials in your project. I'm having to look through now and see. I mean, some are actually called skybox, like this one here. Yeah, trying to find one that's actually for sky. What's this? Default? Lord. Black paint, base material, dark metal. So these are not skybox materials. Oh, yeah. Alright, well, I'm just going to go for the one with the starlight stuff in. So let's go back to, let's choose none for now. No skybox material. And then we can... Oh, we can't take it out because we never even actually found it, did we? Yeah, it's a Unity core, good coverage. And a shader graph, maybe? Nope. Super simple skybox. Alright, so there it is. It's actually called Super Simple Skybox under packages. Sample, demo, materials. This will ping, which means there's a material issue, which is great. So let's just go ahead and delete it. Deleting a root folder is not allowed. Maybe that's what... we have to remove it from packages then. And how do we remove it from packages when all we have is an import and a re-download button? This is what that reviewer meant when he said, hey, I can't uninstall it. Which, you know, it actually won't let you uninstall it. We have an import and a re-download, and we don't want to do either of those. We'd like to just delete it, which is not going to let us delete the parent folder and packages, so maybe we have to just manually delete the... Cannot undo the delete assets action. It's okay, because what I want to do. Oh, it's not one of those that's going to keep coming back, is it? Reinstalling itself. Says this folder is empty. Will it stay empty because you're trying to do something, Unity? There you go. Alright, it did go. It even got rid of the parent object. Excellent. Alright, so back to where we were, trying to find a skybox. Let's go and grab an even simpler one than the super simple. Show browser. Night Sky Skybox. That's $10. Let's sort by price. Real Stars Skybox. 93 degrees. Ah, joy. Sky free. What's this one? Skybox 1 demo. Stylized on those. Very nice though. Especially for free. I feel like I must have something like this already. Night Moon Skybox without spending $5 on just a skybox. Alright, back up to the freebies. Let's have a look. Real Stars Skybox. Is this going to be the winner chicken dinner for the day? The longer I spend looking for a skybox, the less interested I am in having a moon. We don't need any constellation names or anything. Alright, let's see if we can add this one in. Add it, accept. Refresh. Open in Unity. Show Unity. Download Real Stars Skybox Lite. 3 skyboxes of the stars in the real night sky. Okay, import. Import. We have Real Stars Skybox. Skybox 04. All right, so skybox 04. We go to lighting and the material and skybox 04. There we are. So there's 3 options, which are the 3 we saw in the asset, where you have just the stars, which is what we want, and you have the stars with the names, and then the stars with the additional information. So, all right, now we have stars, and we have a dark sky, and we have pretty much the night scene that we're looking for. Now, if we hit play now, okay, so we definitely need to light up the bullet. All right. So now we probably need to work on other lighting and stuff, but also we put a fog in there, so we need to see about adding the fog too. Okay, I'm not sure about this purple. I know in the 15-second thing it was like, oh, change them to purple. But I think we probably need to not. I always said about green for zombies. I wonder if green is going to green the sky colour and then equator colour. Maybe go lightly lighter, possibly. Maybe. Magister X, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully your crazy running around has calmed down somewhat, possibly. Fishy fishy. Oh, sorry, I was running like a rabbit all over the place and didn't have time for anything. Yeah, I remember in my last job, before I left England, I used to pretty much cover the whole of the UK as far as software and hardware support. And I used to say to people, oh yeah, I'll get to go to Ireland, like Northern Ireland, Southern Ireland, Republic of Ireland. You know, I'll get to go every couple of weeks. And they're like, wow, you're so lucky. You get to see Ireland. I'm like, no, this is how lucky I am. Spend an hour on the plane getting there. I come out the airport, I get in a taxi, I get driven to the building of where my work is. And yes, I see a little bit of tiny bit of scenery out the window as I drive from the airport to the office, but not a lot. And then I'll spend the day in the office, don't even like break for lunch or anything. And then at the end of the day, I come out, get back in the taxi, and then do it in reverse. So, do I feel lucky and blessed to be going to the Emerald Isle every couple of weeks? Not really. People say to me, oh, what's Ireland like? And I'm like, I can tell you what the airport's like. I can tell you what the few miles drive is from the airport to the office is like. But as far as getting any time to spend, doing something that's not work, yeah, it didn't happen. Austin, Detroit, Paris, Lisbon was a chore. Man, you got about, didn't you? I mean, no word of a lie. You definitely did the Magister US, well, not even US, World Tour. Yeah, I saw the bats on the bridge because it was on the way to something. Oh, what's that bridge called? I should know, shouldn't I? Since I live pretty close to it. Can't think of it now. I'm thinking it begins with C. But yeah, the millions of Mexican bats that come out from under the bridge in the evening. A tourist draw. keep saying that I'll go down and look one year, but I don't know. It's crazy town down there. Trying to get anywhere close, and then oh, we'll go on one of the boat tours. Yeah, the boat tours cost a fortune, so maybe not. Saw 2 bars in the hotel block and the way to the airport. So yeah, but next year I have something San Antonio, and we'll take 2 or 3 personal days, and if all goes well, we'll think of something. Yeah, I mean, San Antonio is probably 3.5 hours away from me, but yeah, if we can sort something out, that'd be good. Also Denver, and might get to see Misadventures in Astro as well. Very nice. Yes, very nice. Misadventures in Astro swings by sometimes, usually for a lurk. I see Misadventures in Astro more often in Nerdwino's chat. Misadventures is one of, as you probably know, Nerdwino's mods. So. Okay, alright. So, what do we do now? We've got the dark scene. We can see the red lights. That's pretty much all we can see. We see the muzzle flash when we fire the gun. But I think we're going to get to the part in a moment where we start adding lights in so we can see something. Start illuminating this game. So anyway, good to see you, Register. Yeah, it's I know your time has been limited, but I've missed not seeing you in chats, even if it's not my chat. Welcome in, Jern. Good to see you. How you doing? Hope your day is going fantastically well. You should be streaming today, right? Monday, Wednesday, Friday now. I know I'll keep talking about changing my schedule. I might be doing Monday to Friday and taking the weekends off. Hasn't quite happened yet. But, I flew over Ireland and sent a hey there, but it was 5 AM and didn't want to wake you up. Yeah, I've been lurking a bit. My internet is gone actually now. And I'm on mobile internet. What do you mean your internet's gone? Didn't you just get it installed? Not sure if that'll affect later. I mean, I'm not a technical wizard. I'm not a streaming guru, but I'm thinking if you have no internet, that might affect your stream later. I could be wrong though. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time. I stand to be corrected. Back into the manhole with you. Outage. Yeah, I mean, have they given you any indication of how long it might be off? I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but since I switched to my new internet provider, I have had 0 downtime. This is where the stream dies and it's like, oh, he jinxed it. When I was with my previous provider, Spectrum, they were very good. Probably 99% uptime or something. And when there were any issues, they quickly sent me a text and said, hey, there's an outage in your area. We expect to have it back by this time. And they were pretty good about it. But yeah, since I've switched to my fiber connection with Brightspeed, it's been reliable. I've had 100% uptime. Any issues that I have had have been inside the house usually, not the line up to the house. I mean, it might, but then I did say that I'm on mobile internet, so maybe I could use that to stream, but not sure yet. I mean, yeah, maybe. How about this? Maybe if you still have issues, then use your phone and do an IRL stream. Show us some of the glorious Emerald Isle that we were just talking about. Yeah. Lots of fires all over France, Spain and Portugal. Smoky sky, clear over Britain, Ireland. Do we know why there's lots of fires, Magister? I'm not aware of there being typically an issue with fires in those particular European countries in particular. Ooh. Till tomorrow, potentially. Dang it. Well, let me email you some DSN bandwidth, and maybe that'll help you out. I think your previous landlord found your address and cut your internet. Yeah, we all know what the landlord command does, don't we? I will miss the Texas heat, though. I'm so happy in 100 degrees. Now I'm back to 70 and shaking. Shaking? In 70? My mother-in-law always says that she's cold. You go over there and she either has the air conditioning off or she has it set to 80, and she knows that I always sweat up a storm when I go over there, so she always puts the ceiling fan on over the sofa that we sit on. She's like, let me put this fan on for you, and I'm like, no, I don't want you being cold. That's fine, you know, it's only 79 degrees in here, so I don't want it to be too chilly for you. Yeah. So I usually have our AC set to 69, nice, overnight, and then I think 75 in the day, possibly. Sometimes I might crank it to 76 or 77 if it just seems like it's running the whole time. Yeah, but 70s is nice. I like 70s. Even though it was hot here yesterday, I think it was in the 90s, there was a lot of cloud coverage, so it didn't feel like it. There wasn't that like searing heat when you go out and feeling it on you, which is nice. And there was a bit of a breeze too. I got you on 160p. I mean, I probably look best at 160, to be fair. I mean, you know, someone said to me once, you know what, you've got a face for Wii games. I think that's 360, isn't it, on the Wii? But yeah, 160 is probably great. It's probably perfect. 8-bit gamey. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, 70 is long sleeve time for me. My body is weird and my hypothalamus doesn't know how to behave. Yeah, also it's different depending on where you are, right? Because some places are more humid than others. Humidity level. I think we show the humidity on the weather. Right? Humidity, 45%. See, 45% is not terrible. That's not too bad. Yeah, when it's like, oh, well, you know, it might get a bit, you might get some rain, it might sprinkle a bit, and the humidity goes zoom. Especially when it starts raining, because, yeah, you know how humidity works, right? Wildfires and arson. August is always fire season in Europe. Greece, France, I nearly said Greece then. Greece, Greece, Spain, and Portugal always have some huge ones. Really? I didn't know that. I mean, we hear... The thing is, in the US, this is something that Mrs. Gamey always said, that, you know, when you're in the UK, when you're in England and you're watching the news channels, like BBC News, Sky News, they do like around the world news. Not just outside your front door, just around the corner, what's happening a couple of blocks over. I do find that in the US, you know, unless there's a war going on, they don't really tell you much about what's going on in other countries. In fact, my mother-in-law watches BBC News. Yeah, and she's a few blocks away. She watches BBC News because she said the same thing. You don't get to find out what's going on in the rest of the world unless there's, well, I wouldn't say, I was going to say something major, but I mean, like, wildfires you think would get reported. Oh, we'll report the wildfires if they're in California, okay? And we'll bring you the latest on those, but wildfires in Europe? Never heard of them. I've noticed that in the USA I'm kind of blind to what's going on in the rest of the world. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what I found anyway. If we do the burb cam real quick, we might see the garbage truck. That's how much fun it is out my window today.
Thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
Quick, quick, quick! There he is! Got him! Alright, and I think that was blurry enough that just realised on the side of that truck it actually says city of, and it has the city I'm in. So yeah, see, I can even dox myself with a burb cam. Yeah. So as you can see from the trap at the bottom there, still haven't caught a rat yet. So Jern, you know how you had a nice friendly mouse that you had to try and catch? I've got a couple of rats. Yeah, you dirty rat. BBIABG. Yeah. Yeah, what Jen just said. Yeah. So he doesn't have a lot of bandwidth today, does Jern, so he can't put whole words in, he has to use acronyms for everything. So he just sent me a Discord message that just said F you. I don't know, I'm still trying to work out what that acronym means, but be back in a bit. Gamey. Oh, okay. Got it. Yes, sorry. I need more coffee. Okay. Well, hopefully you get your internet back soon, because that's connection you can't really do without as a streamer. So I wore one of my Twitch merch shirts the other day, and I went to Cracker Barrel. Went in their gift shop, and then we went and had late lunch. And then when we came out to pay the bill, the guy behind the counter saw my shirt and he's like, "Oh, Twitch, do you stream on Twitch?" And I said, "Yeah, I do." And he said, "What do you stream?" I said, "Oh, I stream game dev." And he's like, "Oh, what game?" I was like, "No, game dev. I actually create games." And he's like, oh, that sounds cool." Yes, not cool enough to ask me what my name is on Twitch. Maybe I should have worn this, right, and then it would have been quite obvious when I bent down to, you know, sign the receipt what my name is. But anyway, random subscriber shout out goes to Tergoose this time around. Okay, so we have a skybox, we have some stars, we have everything very dark as far as the lighting goes. Can't see the bullets. So what we need to do now is illuminate this thing, but also I want to get some fog in there, because I think that's going to be the best way to not show the platforms generating at the end. I mean, the darkness itself might do that now. Let's have a look. In fact, not focused. Let's play maximized so we can see it better. Yeah, you see, the platforms are still generating too close to us. So we can either do some jiggery pokery and change that, or we can just see if the fog that we downloaded will allow us to take care of that. If we take real stars and put them into visual effects. Now, iNab Studio is the fog. Let's have a look. Demo assets. iNab Studio. Did we get no documentation at all with this then? Post processing assets. Better fog. Okay, here we go. Read me. After downloading the asset, import the appropriate Unity package file based on your Unity version and standard render pipeline, either built-in ERP or ERP. Okay. Well, here's the built-in one. So, core built-in. La-di-da-di-da. Core built-in. Alright, so now we should have All built in. There we go. Alright, so now we have scripts and shaders. Alright, so back to the README. Import the appropriate Unity package file. We did that. Demo scenes can be found. How to use built-in. Ensure you have the post-processing stack v2 installed in your project. You can then easily add the better fog effect to your volumes. You need one of the following in your scene: a directional light with shadows enabled, the camera depth.cs script added to your camera to enable the camera depth texture. Camera depth CS. We have the main camera up here, camera depth script onto it. Okay. There's a better fog script. Process effect renderer, better fog. Okay, we should have post-processing in here already, do we? Yeah, post-processing. Alright, so I've already got that installed. So on the main camera, we have post-processing layer, and then we have post-processing volume in the main camera, and then we need to have a layer. I'm going to add a new layer called post-processing. Okay, and then if we go back to camera, the layer we're going to choose is post-processing. All right, post-process volumes. Do we have a profile then? The fog. No. Okay. Assign a post-process profile to this volume using the asset field. Create one automatically by clicking the new button. That's blah 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 blah. Yep. Okay. Well, it's going to be global. Let's go back to better fog. README. Sure you have the post-processing stack v2 installed. Yep. Okay. Add the better fog effect to your volumes. You need one of the following. Like the shadows or camera depth script. Okay. We have that. So easily add better fog effect to your volumes. Okay, so we go here. Post-process volume. And I don't see any volume to add. Built-in script shaders, fog, PP. The camera to file post-processing. Can we put it in there? No, none of that. That begs the question, do I have the version of post-processing installed that it wants? Package manager. In project. Post-processing. Post-processing stack v2. That's what we have. Said about it being version 2. So why is it being a booty head? 2021 package. Well, we're on 2022, so demo scenes. Save that and go to the demo scene and see what it's doing. Play. Don't want it maximized, we want it focused. Hit play. Well, they did on here. We've got the camera transform. Better fog renderers script. Maybe I needed that then. Better fog renderers script on a camera. Renderers. Yeah, I think we can get a simpler fog than this. This seems like it's a bit more than I need. Don't think in the lighting we have to enable fog in here, because I think this fog is just the built-in fog, which density. Yeah, that's not really doing what we need, so let's get rid of that fog. Now let's get rid of iNav. Show browser. Show browser. What we'll do, we'll go to my assets and we're going to search for fog. And I'm going to run to the restroom and then we'll have a look through these 23 items, which should be pretty quick, and see if we can get a better fog in here than better fog. All right, I'll BRB.
That's a spicy meatball!
Fog, come on. Illuminate, volumetrics. Realistic volume profiles. Derp. Do you have any built in, or was it built in at the start? Didn't mention built in, does it? Better fog, yep, sorry, we tried that. AOS fog of war, no, we don't need fog of war. Sky Master again, B2 involved. Height fog. Come on, the intro's too long, let's go. High performance, inexpensive imitation. Light fog, universal ready, adaptive, translucency, incandescent, water depth. Just want fog. Just fog. Have a look at the full details, see what's going on with this one. Warning, dropped support below Unity 2019, that's okay. Object shader, not support terrain. Post-processing stack, V2 presets included, okay. Again, this, I feel like this is too involved. I just want something simple. Blue clouds, fog, mobile and PC. Okay. Wait for it. What are we waiting for? I mean, this might work. Possibly, potentially. But look at all these details. I don't need all those. I hope it just works out the box. Let's give it a try because I'm losing the will. Open in Unity. Show Unity. Download. Import. I've been selling True Clouds for 4 years and I feel like my efforts are well paid for. I will now just give back to community by making this asset free. Tested on Unity, all the versions up to 2018, so hopefully the fact I'm using 2022 will all be fine and dandy. Let's have a look. Some of this project source files refer to API that has changed. These can be automatically updated. It's recommended to have a backup of the project before updating. If you want these files to be updated, noisegenerator.cs. Yes, just for these files. Okay. Loading, loading, loading. Boom. Okay, True Clouds. Example scenes. Dragon on cloud. Okay. That's I mean that's good for clouds, but it's not really what I'm looking for. Fireball. Works only starting from Unity 2017. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Very nice. Not what we need, but it's very nice. Okay, and sky. Sky. Cloud. Just want some fog. Just want some fog. Show browser. Aura 2, there's going to be 2 involved. Infinity Cloud, HDRP, URP, Compass. What's a Compass got to do with Lightbox Plus? We tried that. Enviro Light, now deprecated. But I do see fog. We can't look at the full details, of course, because it's deprecated now, so we just open it up and hope for the best. Yeah, let's do that, because I'm losing the will. So let's see if we can just get this in. Download. The new manager component makes it easy as possible to set up Enviro Light in your scenes. Alright, well, let's find out. Okay, so Enviro Light downloaded. About to import it. Okay, import. Importing into a folder called Enviro Light. And momentarily, we should see it appear. Enviro, Sky and Weather. Should see it appear in the list just here in Assets, and then we can test it. And all I want is just a prefab. Just drag into the scene. It makes it foggy. It just blocks out the regenerating of platforms at the end of the road. I am but a simple man. My requests are simple.
Thanks for the follow.
Oh, thank you for that follow. Appreciate that. All right, so it is now imported. We have a folder, Enviro, Sky and Weather. Documentation here. Let's see if it's one of those that actually says. Quite simple. How dare, I'm editing video and you break my calendar. Oh, I'm sorry, Dukasoft. I always get confused. I thought it was the iOS version of the calendar that you loved with a deep-rooted passion. So my apologies if you wanted the Android one instead. But you know, there's only a 5-minute cooldown. Okay, so it says click on Assets. Let me just I don't think there's any value in you seeing the instructions. that I have in a PDF here. So I'm just going to step through in Unity. So, oh, you're going to squash me? No, Dukasoft. No, not only did you lose your Android calendar, you lost Elephant in the Room Redemption 2. Is anything going to go right your way today? Anything, Dukasoft. Alright, so in order to use this, it's set. Oh, could it be? Oh, Dukasoft. Oh my goodness. Oh, what a crying shame. Alright. Oh no, and a cooldown on Boo. What is going on? It's like my stream is conspiring against you today, Dukasoft. You can't even boo me for a second time. Anyway. There's a naked man walking down the street, and he's already gone, so you were too late with the burp cam. Sorry. Alrighty, squirrel. So, Enviro, we have documentation, and the documentation says, click on Assets, okay, I did that. Create, okay. Enviro, okay. Enviro Sky Manager. This will create a new game object in your scene with the Enviro Sky Manager component. It did. Look, there it is, right there, you can see it. Now select the Enviro Sky Manager object in your scene. From here you can add different pre-configured Enviro instances. For example, click on Create Standard Instance. Okay. We don't have Create Standard Instance because it's the light version, so maybe Create Light Instance, possibly. You know, we need to create more subscriptions for Big Amy. I mean, you know, there's no obligation to subscribe to be here, you know, like Ninja has and Dukasoft has. But also, you know, I'm not averse to taking some pennies. So it is appreciated. How you doing, Ninja? Hope you're having a happy Monday, even though somebody just broke the calendar. You know, it's usually Dukasoft or TD come in and break it, and then it has to be me or somebody else that likes the iOS version, which is the unbroken version in my eyes. Yeah, God bless him. Sits there in the shadows and comes in and balks stuff and then disappears again, like some kind of Bork Ninja. Maybe that's a new game name. Maybe for the Jern Jam, someone can create a game called Bork Ninja. Oh, very dare. Okay, so just trying to get this fog into this very dark scene that we have before we start illuminating it. We just need to find a simple fog. That's it. And hopefully this is it. Who's that snoring in chat? It's Ninja. I'm tired today. I spent the entire weekend working on drywall repair. My old house to get it ready to sell. Ooh! And how did it go, Ninja? Did you manage to finish it? Did you get all the drywall repaired? I guess the question is, a follow-up question is, why did it need repairing? Did you get particularly angry on one stream when you were not winning at Rocket League and punch a hole in the wall? Just throwing an example out there of why drywall might need replacing. Not that Ninja ever loses at Rocket League, because, you know, he's an RL legend. Alright, for example, click on Create Standard Instance. So we're going to click on Create Light Instance, because that's all we have. And, okay, it seemed like it did something. After that, take a look in Instances section by activating the checkbox. Activate? Alright. Oh wow, it's definitely not a dark scene anymore. Okay. You should see a red box with your newly generated Enviro instance. Red box, what? Okay, I feel like this is either for an older version or this is for the full version, which is different to the light version. I feel like this documentation is not going to be the best for me. Not all of it. There was a hole from when I had a security system installed and then removed 3 days later, and the company that put it in left the hole in the wall. Well, that was nice of them. It's like, hey, we're going to put in this security system for you. There you go. Yeah, if you could take it out, that'd be good. Whoomp. Guys, what about this big hole I've got in the wall now? Yeah, good luck with that. Bye. Figures belief, doesn't it? It really does. Well, hopefully you're some kind of drywall expert, or you have somebody there that is, or you got one of those kits. I know for smaller holes you can get kits to fix it. I don't know. Maybe just hang a picture in front of it or something and don't tell the prospective buyers. Little Carlito, welcome on in. Thank you for that follow. I don't call people out because we've got anonymous follows on unless they talk in chat, so good to see you. I got a new electric panel and I've had the drywall holes for 2 years. Whoa! That's exactly what happened. Have the pucks to replace it sitting right there too. Just too lazy. I guess, you know, sometimes if you're not actually selling a house like Ninja Gloppy and it's not bothering you that much, then it's like, it's on my honey-do list. I'll get around to it at some point. Possibly. Maybe. Yeah, our electric panel is in a closet, and I think it's the same electric panel that was put into the house when it was built in 1962. It has the old like breaker switches on it, like you see in horror movies. Quite funny. Well, it's quite funny because we've had the PDU, is that what they call it? Power distribution unit or board or something, that's on the back of the house. They replaced that, and I think the wiring has been replaced at some point in the house. So I don't really know why there's this old breaker board that we still have, but there it is. We do. I did put a picture in front of it for years, see? But now that I'm selling, I can't do that. Well, I mean, it's not that you can't. If you put Gorilla Glue around the back of the frame and then put the picture on the wall, and then when they're looking around the house, they go, yeah, I mean, if we do buy the place, I don't know about, maybe we take this why won't this picture come off the wall? See? And then when they use their brute force strength and Hulk smash it off, you can be like, I didn't even know that hole was there. That picture has always been there since I had this house, and now you've just ripped it off the wall. Now you've got to buy it. Follow me for more tips on house moving. Just saying, you know, like if there's a hole in the carpet or something, you're like, put a rug down. Now nobody's going to walk around a house when they're going to buy it lifting rugs up to see if there's holes. See? You've got 2 tips for free. I mean, how many of these pearls of wisdom can drop from my lips before the stream ends? Maybe I need to set up an alt account. On the alt account have like moving tips or something. How to MacGyver your house in 3 easy steps. Maybe I need to self-publish on Amazon. Have a Kindle book as well, an accompanying Kindle book. Can you imagine? Anyway, let's see if we're ever going to get this hog up and running today. Okay, so Enviro Light. I don't know if anybody in chat has used Enviro before in their projects. I don't know how easy this is going to be. We did have a dark scene that we changed all the lighting settings, and I was just looking for a fog asset, and we loaded this in, and now suddenly I have a very bright scene, which no longer is dark, and And yeah, darkness has turned into light. And so I don't know if we're going to be able to get any fog or not, but we're about to find out. Let me carry on with these instructions. Create standard instance. Well, we did create a light instance. After that, take a look in instances section by activating the checkbox. I feel like we did activate it. I don't feel like it showed us anything though. Enviro effects. Enviro. See, Enviro directional light. That's why if we disable their light, it goes back to making things dark again. Only because they have a directional light in addition to my directional light. That I guess mine is being overridden. Wonder how they decide which light takes effect. I guess they just use them all, don't they? Like, here's my directional light, which is dark. Here's one that's going to cast light on everything, and so it does, and they're both active in the scene. Because disabling mine probably won't do anything, right? No. Okay. Now we need to assign... Oh, apparently there's an instances... Where's the instances box? Player and or camera assignment is missing. Auto assign. Okay. Change the time to make it dark. Oh, Tubby! Have you used Enviro before, or you just kind of came in and saw it and you're like, ah, okay, I can see. Where are you seeing the time though? What am I missing? Usually quite a lot, but... Change the time. Light version. Current instance found. Delete Enviro Sky Light if you want to add other prefab. Third party support. I don't know, Tubby. This is. I feel like I'm downloaded something else that all I want really is just some fog in the distance, just so you can't see the what's coming up. You can't see the platforms generating, and I don't know why this is so challenging. I'm not even really concerned about the dark at the minute. I just want to get some fog. Just want some fog at the end of this platform is all I want. Just a tiny bit of fog. Block things out. So you can't see things being instantiated in the scene, but maybe that's too much to ask. Too much to expect. When you say change the time, you don't mean on my PC, right? It's not pulling in a local time, is it? And going, hey, it's 1:07 PM in the afternoon, so this is the time we're going to make it. Set the far camera value to clip it off smoothly. But wouldn't... See, my understanding of clipping is, okay, this is how much the camera's going to see. So if I set it far out, then it's going to be like we have now, where we see everything. If I set it closer... So are you saying if I set the clipping to be just before it gets generated, that'll do the same kind of thing and it should scroll in nicely? I mean, maybe? Maybe I've been going about this all wrong. So main camera and clipping planes. Near 0.3, far 1000. It will. Fog will be nice as well. Okay, so we have it set to far 1000. We take a look at this one here. And let's bring it down. Let's say 100. 80. 50. 10. Oh, Lord. I realize it would need to be that far down. Okay, so what I can do is let's just 3D object cube, and if we put the cube at the end about here, then we can keep changing the clipping until we can see the cube. 11. There we go. Where's the cube? Where's the cube? $6,000. What is going on right now? Okay, so we have the file set at 50, and then we're extending it like this, so should actually see it. Oh, well, it helps if the cube is actually in view. That's going to make a difference as well. Aye, aye, aye. Reset. Okay. Here be the cube. Alright. Let's bring the cube up. There it is. Alright, Mr. Cube, calm down. I know you're getting your 15 minutes of fame, but... Okay. Alright, so we're going to bring the cube back to, say, here. And then I can just about see shadow on the road. The camera clipping for it back to 50, 20. Okay. Zoom out. Camera. Clipping. Say just before it generates. So let's say 50. All right, let's see what that does. Let's get rid of a cube. We'll leave Enviro in there for now. We might have a bit more of a play with it, but let's have a look. Probably need to clip it a little bit more then, because I'm still seeing. Actually, that's a lot better than it was. Right, maybe we change the clipping a little bit more, and then also when we add the fog. Thank you, Toby. We say 40. Let's try that. All right, thank you, Toby. That's great. Alrighty, Tubby Crumbles to the rescue again. Okay, so lighting doesn't be auto-generated. Generate that one, and then back to inspector. And I wonder now if the fog will work better, the built-in fog. Curious. Lighting, fog. Density 5E06. Built-in fog should work fine. Yeah, the thing is I haven't done much with fog before, and I get there's not a lot of settings here. It's just that when I enabled it before, it looked pretty terrible. It looked kind of like, I guess possibly because of the clipping, but yeah, I don't know why it's defaulting to 5E06. That seems an unusual number. Change the mode. Exponential to linear or exponential squared. I'm going to guess probably linear. Start and end. 0 to 300. My game dev finally crashed again. I haven't touched my project in like 2 to 3 days. Oh no! Why do you think that is, Royku? Are you just losing interest in the project, or are you having issues with it you can't resolve? What's going on? Alright, so starting at 0 controls the distance from the camera where the fog will start in the scene. So we want to move that further out. Abadoo, how you doing? Happy Monday. Welcome on in. Just trying to add some fog to this game so that we can not see things as they're appearing on the horizon, and kind of a surprise when they get a bit closer. Now we're starting here at 0, so if we push the fog further out, possibly. So zoom out and have a look. It's pretty foggy right now. So I guess we can run this in with the clipping planes, can't we? Makes you feel any better. I haven't even started the Hello World game dev tutorial yet. Alright, so we'll leave the spot cookie as soft. It seems to work quite nice. Just need to decide now where we're going to have the fog start and end. So are these numbers the same numbers as on the clipping? Clipping we have 0.3 to 40. And now we need to start this at 40 maybe. And end at 300. And then I guess it's just the density, isn't it? Halo strength 0.5. Oh, that's not doing anything, so we'll leave that at 0.5. Blah blah blah. End at the far clip distance. Okay. So far clip we have as 40. Start from, no, don't want to start at 0, we want to move it further out. Okay, oh. Well. Have that at 40, but that means we have to have that less. That's weird. Why is... It must work on different scales. Because we have the far clipping at 40. But this is showing that 40 is not much further than where the car is. Because really, we kind of want it to start about here, don't we? Which is 200 according to this. If we had it start at 200, then where would the end be? Maybe 230, say? I mean, at this point, I'm not even really seeing any fog. Now might be a good time, I guess, to if we're going to use the built-in fog, then let's just get rid of this enviro for now, because I think that's just confusing things. Right, so enviro, and of course it went ahead and changed our skybox material, which we didn't want. We wanted it to be where was the free one that we had? Like Skybox 04 or something, wasn't it? Here we go. Star Skybox 04. Okay, we've got that back. And maybe now's the time we need to play with the fog settings. Change it back to linear. That's at 0. It's at 40. Clipping distance we have is 0.3 and 40, but I don't think these are the same. Just the camera where the fog will start. No, it can't. It's stuck on Android. I mean, I can make it so it's stuck on iOS if that's something. Aha! The colour to black. Tubby, would you mind just like coming and pulling up a chair behind me? This will go a lot faster. Alright, let's have a look. Alright, that's good. I just need to now try and work out how it doesn't look like you're just driving up into the sky. I need to something, I don't know what, but I guess maybe some more set dressing on the sides of the road just so it looks like you're actually driving down a road at night. But thank you, Tubby. Appreciate your help. I'm going to run to the restroom, too much coffee, and I'll BRB.
Can I watch the TV? Dad, yes. But don't turn it on.
Did you get a clip? I feel like there have been clips before on the starting scene, possibly. I don't know about the BRB scene. Because I was in the bathroom, so I didn't actually see what happened. But it was quite funny because the joke that you got said, "Can I watch the TV?" And I was about to show you. I finally, the 73-inch monster TV I got for $30. I finally got it onto a stand over the weekend and got the PS3 hooked up to it and tested Mini Ninjas, and it is quite funny. I missed what? No, wait, where? This is why I should always scroll back and look at chat. Nerduino! What? I think Nerduino has just been elevated to my fave moon person again. Used to be my second fave moon person because, Katy Perry, she went into space. She became an astronaut. And so, yeah, I think you've just become my fave moon person. And being on the BRB scene, we probably didn't actually get the video that I get in trouble for. So you aren't watching stream while you're in the bathroom. No, sorry. I kind of, take those 60 seconds, 2 minutes for myself. We got all the things. Oh, you did? Well, that's good then. Very nice, because I'll get in trouble for that. Apparently I shouldn't use that video. I don't remember if it's Twitch that I get in trouble with. I feel like Twitch doesn't care about that, but I think when I try and copy the VOD across to YouTube, it's like, yeah, we're not gonna let you use that. So yeah, let's get some hype up in here for the newest VIP of the channel. And look, automagically, Nerduino is now displaying the lovely Diamond, newest member of the Diamond VIP Club. So thank you again, Nerduino. I know it's not easy to achieve those points, and unless we suddenly get a massive influx of other people redeeming that, I'm actually going to leave it at the 100,000 level.
A big thanks to our continuing subscriber Nerduino.
What? Oh my goodness, my first VIP subscriber of the day. 32 months. Did you know, Nerduino? I know you know like rocket science and...
Can I get a
Yeah, baby!
What? I know you know like rocket science and stuff and spacey stuff, but what you might not know is 32 months. It's almost 33 months. Yeah, and I don't even need Dr. E here for that. E to the 2i pi. I can work that out myself. So thank you very much for your continued support. And look at that. Throws 100,000 cogs in to get VIP and then just resubs at tier 1. 32 months now. That's true. Slightly more than 31 though. It is slightly more than 31, so you've got me on that one. But it is almost 33, I'm going to say. Yeah. And thank you for that blurb, Dukesoft. You always seem to manage to find something appropriate for the moment. If it's not you, then it's Ice Bear Bear that usually jumps in with a blurb. Oh. Appreciate that. Yes, all the hype for Dukesoft today. All right, so I'm going to press the add marker button, and hopefully, although you don't see anything on stream now because it's a secret marker, when I go back and look at my video, I shall actually be able to see when it happened. Yeah. So, me. Quick screenshot of that. And I think It might even be worthy of a GG's. All right, so what else did I miss in chat? Nothing quite as important as that, I'm sure. But wow, thanks Clip Machine. So why was it wow, thanks Clip Machine, Dugsoft? And that led us on to the TV thing. So if it gets out of hand, let me know. The blurbs? No, I love the blurbs. No, the blurbs are fun. I like the blurbs. Just because mostly I don't know what's going to happen. And it's like, whoa, hello, what? I mean, where else can you get a screaming goat Mariah Carey or a screaming goat Taylor Swift or any of the other screaming goats on there? Lurking again to provide taxi service. All right, Nerduino, thank you again. Appreciate it. Hope everything goes all right today with being a taxi. Yeah. All right, so let me just double check again. Yep, big applause for Nerduino beating out Katy Perry. See, Nerduino I always used to say was my fave moon person, and then, you know, Astronaut Perry. Oh, that was a cute one. Thank you. Wow, that screams not so cute. But anyway, yeah, Katy Perry obviously came along as the newest astronaut, you know, having trained for many years and piloted her own spacecraft into space. She became my new favourite moon person, and sadly Nerduino was delegated, albeit temporarily, to my second favourite moon person. But you know, now he's joined the Diamond Bit Gamey Club. He has been re-elevated back to top spot, prime position, if you will. So there we are, just so everybody's up to date on the moon person shenanigans. Okay, so what do we have? We have some fog, and we have the darkness, and yeah, so what was a bit disconcerting, might be a bit too extreme, but you know, when we hit play now, I've got the platforms appearing not jankily like they were, thanks to Tubby Crumbles, and they do kind of appear smoothly now, and there's some foggeroony. But I guess what I don't want, if it's supposed to be driving down a road, like a back road at night, I'm thinking maybe we need to block out some of this skybox. Maybe if I had like an object or a sphere at the end here that was black that completely blocked out. I don't know. Because when you're driving through a tunnel at night, and obviously I need to work out why this tunnel is grey, because it needs to be dark, same as everything else. Oh wait, do we need to change all the stuff again we did before? Yeah, I think we might need to. Yeah, would you really be able to see the stars at the end of the road? And if not, do we need to do something like what wouldn't you be able to see? I think maybe we need some reference material. Maybe we need to jump on the Googles and have a look and find out why this doesn't actually look how I want it to look. And I get that, you know, we have no set dressing at the moment. We have no like trees or anything else that you would expect to see if you're driving around down like a dark country lane. But I just feel like it wouldn't be open like this and then suddenly maybe it looks, maybe I'm not happy with how it looks because it's just so wide open at the moment. We don't have like trees or anything else set dressing. And maybe I just forget about that for now and we take a look at the creating the platforms and the set dressing and the illumination. Illumination. Alright, so yeah, we had gradient set before, didn't we? And then the sky color, said about possibly going for maybe dark green, possibly. But let's go with the purples, because maybe that's just more like a nighttime thing. We have like a dark purple, and then for the equator color we have a slightly lighter purple. Maybe something like that, and then we start illuminating things. Oh wait, we still have a broken calendar. Let me fix that real quick. All right, there we go. Okay, so now we have things in the dark. Let's have a look how the tunnels look. Well, there's a tunnel, there we go. Okay, so the tunnels are dark too, that's good. Alright, so first things first, I think we probably need to have a light attached, and I'm sure Tubby will tell me if I'm doing this wrong, but I think we need to have a light attached to the bullet, so we can see the bullet when it fires off into the distance. We could also change it so it's not completely pitch black dark like this. Which I guess would mean directional light. Is it the intensity 0.1? Yeah, maybe 2, 3. Yeah. Alright, so when we fire the bullet, we need to add a light to the bullet so we can see the bullet in the darkness. So if we look at prefabs, we have the bullet here. And we bring the bullet into the scene. And then we zoom in on the bullet. Okay, and then we need to add a light to the bullet. Light. I always get mixed up with these lights. I know a directional light is for the scene. You got a point light, which I'm not mistaken, I think point light might be what we need here. Then we have spotlight and area light. Point light, thank you. See, Tubby, this is why you need to come and sit next to me. I can have this knocked out in no time. Alright, so we have a point light. Let's hide the car for now. It's not causing any issues. Alright, so we have a point light, and now we need to play around with it. Okay. Send the ticket. Point heavy. Point heavy. See, if we have something like this, we can actually see it now. And then when it zooms down the road, we don't want the light. So we might need to change the range of it because we don't want the road to be lit up by it. Okay. So on the point light, range is 10. We can bring this back. Hey, what do I know? I'm just a duker. Yeah, but you're our duker. Okay.
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
We set the intensity to 2 and we have the range to be maybe 3. Okay. You could have a material with emission on if you don't want to use a light. Yeah, so I was going to use emissive materials for the at least the rear lights on the car, and they might already even be set to that, because it seems like when I darken everything down, well, the lights are still there. So I think the car might already have Igni, get down! Right. Why are they going bananas? There's nobody out there. There's their dogs. Yeah, I mean, that might be the simplest thing, and I'm guessing that's probably going to be... Is that less resource hungry than a light? Because I know lights can be pretty resource hungry, and if we're going to start trying to light things in the scene and having platforms pop up with like street lights on and strip lighting in the tunnels and stuff, we probably want to limit the amount of lights that we have, don't we? And maybe an emissive material is the best. Less CPU. Yeah. All right, let's try that as an option then. Let's delete the point light for now. Let's go back to the bullet, and we're going to change the... That should be easy enough. We already have a material that we created for the bullet. So if we just go into materials and bullet gold, and then down here somewhere have emission. Here we go. Emission. Okay, and then the color. There we go. All right, well, what was this color? I quite like this one. That was F8CF01. If we have the same here. I guess for HDR color you can't have a hex code. Okay. Oh, there we go. We live and learn. I wanted a gold bullet. I guess that's... Look at albedo here. 2482071. 48207.1. Okay, so that's the same as it was in the other one. And I'm guessing we can probably change how bright this is. Because we probably don't want a bright glowing bullet, do we? We want it to be visible in the scene, but we don't want it to be in your face. So I guess intensity is 0. There we go. Okay. Something like minus 1.5. Possibly. Let's reset. We have for the prefab position originally. Oh, nothing of any interest. So the main thing was a rotation of 90, scale of 0.5. Well, let's just reset that. Rotation's already 90, scale's already the same. So if we override, wait, didn't change it? Oh, it was the material. We didn't update the... Okay, never mind. We'll just delete the bullet from the scene. All we did was updated the material, which means it will have updated on the prefab already. So let's try it now. See if we can actually see the bullet. Choo! There it goes. Thanks again, Tubby. Also, I feel like it's nice having the explosion and stuff at the front of the gun. I feel like, I don't know, I know we said about getting the shake in there. I feel like we probably need to light up the car now. let's see if we can get a... Actually, let's get the headlights working, shall we? Which I think is spotlight, if I'm not mistaken. We go down and look at the player. And then we're actually going to actually have the headlights. Let's do light and I believe spotlight. Put this over here. I saw something on the right. Never mind. Okay, so what we might be able to do. Yeah, show browser. Or don't. There you go. Alright, so I actually have an asset. I think I paid like $10 or something for it when I was creating Bookham. Because the issue I had was I had street lamps that were pointing down with a spotlight and show that it was casting a pool of light, but there was no beam. There's no actual beam. So I think I bought an asset called Light Halo or something. Did actually have beams. No rush, Unity. Whatever. Not any rush. It's not like I've been streaming over 4 hours or anything. You just take your time. Do. Take me. Get down. You're never going to have any nice net curtains or shears, you know, while you keep jumping up there. Can't keep replacing them. Alright, so I guess you just don't want to do anything now, browser? Is that where we're at here? Just not giving me any response at all. Alright, so there's my list. Alright, now we're just going to try and search for one word, if I can spell it correctly. Halo. There we go. Where is it? Clearly not there. Beam, maybe? Light beams. Did he rename it? Is that the one? I remember it was Mario somebody, so maybe he renamed it. Maybe I just remembered the name of it wrong. Open in Unity. Show Unity. Light shaft, beams, simulation, shaders, and scripts. Single and double-sided versions. Color or color and texture. Does simulation double-sided shader versions require shader model 3 or higher? Okay. Download. Import. And import. Interesting how when I'm importing something in Unity, my frames start to drop and I can literally see the fan behind me, the ceiling fan, seem like it's slowing down. Alright, we're imported. Underscore light beams. Light beam animation. What? Don't remember there being animations. Prefabs. Oh look, the Mailman's back to annoy the dogs again. Captain Krabs is in the house. You know Captain Krabs has Steam presence. Yeah, have you played any of Captain Krabs games on Steam? No? Well, look. Wait no longer. There's even a command. Look, Captain Krabs, there you go. Not only can you drop him a follow and watch his amazing streams, you can check him out on the Steam store as well. Alright, so we have colours. We don't want colours, we just want a white light. Ceiling light beam. Ceiling light? Possibly. Okay, so back to the seam, and then ceiling light beam, possibly one of these, maybe. Okay. That is a huge object, but we're obviously going to scale down because it's humongous. Oh, looks like it does have the light in there as well. That's good. That saves us having to add a separate light then. Just a matter of dragging this down to the front of the car, getting it positioned correctly. Okay. Let's toggle that for a moment so we can see where to place it. What we'll do, we'll put it in front of the headlights and then we can align it. Ooh, hello. Didn't mean to do that. And align it to where it needs to be. Beam! We're not going to call it ceiling light beam though, are we? We're going to call it something so that we know what it is, like right or headlight right. Down here, back to the vehicle. And then at this point, I think it's going to be mostly a rotation issue. And is this double-sided? I don't think it's double-sided, otherwise... Well, it might be. No, we can see through it, can't we? Back. Yeah, I don't think it's double-sided. That's not going to create quite the beam I was hoping without the light pool at the end, is it? About if we rotate it on the wide outside slightly. And then if we duplicate it, and we have a left one. That's weird. Look, I move it just left and right, and it also changes the z-axis, which I don't want. So let's just change it on the x. Let's move it across. The headlights are obviously going to be childed to the player because they've got to move when the car moves. 0, -1. We have -1 there. We have 1. Then we want some rotation on the Y because we want the lights to be spayed out somewhat. 11. And -11. They go in the opposite ways. Still not looking in this. They're still not looking like two separate headlights, are they? More the cone than anything. Take the left and the right, and we'll change the rotation on the X. Then maybe we need to change the scale. If we narrow the beam's scale on the X, possibly. No, not changing the beam at all because we need to change is the. This is not, because it's not double-sided, it's not showing the beams, is it? It's just showing the lights, like I just added in. Like I just added in the spotlights themselves. So if we took both of the spotlights and disabled them, I'm not seeing anything. We've got light beam color, but then we've got light beam DS color, like double-sided. What happens if we just want double-sided, but we don't want a color? Just go and change the color. This. Ooh, this is fancy. Look. Delete that. Beams URP. No, we don't want URP. Dust storm. All right. Well. Okay, light beam color, light beam double-sided color. So we have it. So custom light beam double-sided. Sided texture. Yeah. This is the one, light beam color DS. Alright, setup instructions. Use cone 1, cone 2, or your own round-shaped model and drag to the scene. Okay, let's restart this then. So let's get rid of headlight left, headlight right, rid of the light beam one there. Okay. The light beams. Okay, so cone 1, cone 2 in light beams model. Light beams models. Okay, so cone 1, cone 2. So it looks like we probably want cone 2 because it's more narrow and suited to a headlight. This is light 3 and 3. That's very long. No. Alright, so a cone 2 in here. Okay. Drag to the scene. Create material and assign light beam shader, which you can choose from. Okay, so now we need to go to my materials folder and we're going to create material. Call it headlight beam and assign light beam shader, which you can choose from light beam color shader, light beam texture shader, light beam double-sided color shader, or light beam double-sided texture shader. Okay, so back to light beams. Let's lock this in place on the inspector. And assign light beam shader. Okay, so shader we're going to choose custom light beam texture. Apply material to the cone model. So we'll drag this up to 2. Modify fade distance, interpolation value, start and end, assign assign ducts or dust, texture on light beam texture or light beam double-sided texture shaders. If you like to prevent light beams from going through walls, assign beam control script on model with light beam material. Assign. Alright. Let's take this and we'll call this light beam left. Move this down here and move this. Gonna be the left one, so it's over here. Okay, so this is just taking care of the visuals. This is just how it will look as far as the light beam goes. So to actually cast a light beam in the scene, we'll have to manually add a spotlight for that. Okay, so fade distance is currently 12. Interestingly, I guess we need to make this emissive as well then, because this is just not showing up, is it, in the scene? Manually, exactly. This is kind of how we want it to look. Not lit at the moment. Here. From here. Alright, fade distance we have set to 12. That's... It probably works. Time movement X, time movement Y. Lerp star, lerp end, fade power 2. Normal power 1. Double-sided global illumination. Just hearing that noise, I just know that Dukesoft tried to break it again. Shame. Crying shame is what it is. Valorite. Hang on a minute, just trying to catch up with something here. Okay, I think I'm caught up. All right, so question is, we've got to reduce the scale of this because obviously, you know, we don't want it lighting up the whole scene. This is humongous compared to the size of the vehicle. So at this point, does it just become a scaling of the object? I'm guessing it probably does. Although we can actually get this to be seen in the scene. It disappears below the road, which is not what I want. Be able to see it on the road. Oh, there we go, look. Whoa! Okay. So try a -7. Down here. Oh, no. We're not messing with the engine. Alright, so yeah, somewhat. And then back to where the car is. My question now is there a light in here? Which I don't believe there is. We're probably going to have to put a light in because at some point we might want it to be dark enough that you can't see anything very well until it gets into the lights. And because of that, I feel like these headlights need to project further. A distance of 8. Main power 2. Normal power. I don't understand why when you change this power it disappears. Is it because it goes under? It doesn't go under the road. You can lift it up. See, I want a longer beam. I get that there's an orange cone around this. I want to project further out. So I would think it would be fade power and normal power. But even those don't go beyond that. Stopping at that length. And then do we just have to start playing with the scale? Why? So it would be on the Z scale. Well, yeah, that does not have the effect I thought it would. It's not really what I was going for. For now, I'm just going to...
Thank you so much, tomate_salad, for the...
I'm going to add... What?
Bit gamey.
I like this one. Is this really a pretzel in a Brötchen? Greetings.
Pretzel in a Brötchen, what?
I think this is... No, this is not. This is just a... I just thought this would be a Brötchen and I would put a pretzel in there.
I mean, I like Brötchen, don't get me wrong, and I like pretzels, but I don't know about putting a pretzel in a Brötchen.
Put a pretzel in there.
How you doing, Smart? Welcome on in. Good to see you. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. What was going on in your stream today? Was it putting pretzels in Brötchen or maybe something different? Maybe some dev going on? I don't know. Because I wasn't there because I've been here for kind of the last 4 hours and 40 minutes. So good to see you, Tamar. Spill the tea. Tell me what was going on today in your stream. And for those new to my stream, I am BitGamey. I usually work in the Unity game engine, as you can see here. I usually work on a game called Rescue Ball, which is going to be appearing on Steam any day now. And we actually took a sabbatical, if you will, to spend last week and this week working on the Holistic 3D Game Jam. Show browser. Okay, so this is the Holistic 3D Jam that we're working on. And the theme for the jam, and we get 2 weeks to create it, and yes, we only have 4 days left. The theme is Unexpected Mashup. So I decided to mash up a zombie shooter with a racing game. So we have an endless runner racer with zombies, and yeah, been trying to get the lighting right in Unity so that it's set at night time. Been trying to get the fog right so we can bring the platforms on. Tubby Crumbles, as always, has been a great help, and this is kind of where we're at the moment, which doesn't look like there's a lot. And to be honest, there's not really a lot. We need to hurry because we have 4 days left. So yeah, there we are. I chat dead, have to use my tablet to chat. Oh no! So interacting with chat wasn't easy, but we made it. And thank you very much, sir. You're welcome, Tamar. Always appreciate you raiding. Thank you. I try and return the favour when I can, but you know, it's difficult sometimes when I raid and then I'm like, right, let me raid out, and regulars here will know that usually I say, let's have a look and see who's live and see if there's anybody I can return the favour for, because I keep a list of people that we've raided out to before, and I also keep a list of those that have raided in. So yeah, I try and redress the balance whenever I can. So yeah, good to see everybody. Welcome on in. If you like this type of thing, and hopefully you do, then you can do like the little animation shows you and drop a follow. It's always appreciated. always happy to have new people join the community and stop on by. So I understand if you got to raid and run tomorrow, especially if you're having technical issues, but again, thanks for the raid. Always appreciated. Okay, so for now, I'm going to disable this light beam. Disable the mesh renderer, maybe? Okay, and then we're going to add a spotlight underneath it. So if we go light and spotlight. All right, so what I need to do at this point is see if we can real-time indirect bounce shadowing only supported for directional lights. Lighting has been disabled in at least one scene view. Any changes applied to lights in the scene will not be updated in these views until lighting has been enabled again. Okay, well I guess because we have this click here, this one, maybe that's that causing any of the messages? No? No. Okay. So yeah, we made it dark and we can just see the lights at the back and we can see the bullet now. We made that light up. I was going for some headlights, but apparently this is just taking way too long. I will look because I hate writing on mobile devices. I'm with you, Tamar. It's terrible. And what's also terrible is just the Twitch mobile app in general. I find is pretty awful. One of the reasons that I don't do more IRL streams, because it means that I have to use the app. And the Twitch app is as much as I love the platform, the mobile app is a steaming pile. Yeah, there's that. All right, so we have a spotlight that we've just added, and clearly, you know, it's not doing anything, which is great. Do some rotation. Okay, so we can see it from the rotation. We just need to be lower down. So we come down here, go to the side view so we can see where we are with the road, and then up here, and then some rotation. Allegedly. Intensity, let's crank up the intensity a bit so we can see it. And let's rotate it a bit on here. There we go. Alright, so okay, that's looking a bit more like a headlight. But also we have the range. We need to increase the range because we said we want it to light up objects, didn't we? So we rotate that just a little bit more so we can see further down the road possibly. And then we increase the range on here. There we go. All right, so possibly let's try 30 for starters. And then if we come up overhead and have a look, maybe we can change the spot angle on 30 degrees. Is that 30 degrees? Well, it's 30 something. No, maybe 30 was right. Okay. So we don't want like blinding lights because it's supposed to be kind of like dingy nighttime. So we don't want bright LED headlights. Maybe some possible yellowy halogen type lights to go with the type of car that we have. So let's see if we can possibly be something like that. Let's see where that is in relation to the actual headlamps on the car. Okay, helps now we can see where we're positioning it. Okay. need to be exact, but you know, fairly close to. It's more a case of what we can see in the right pane than what we edit in the left one. That's what the player sees on the right hand side. Alright, so let's get a second one in there. And let's see if we turn that mesh renderer back on, what that does. Yeah, I don't think we need the light beam thing at all. So let's take the spotlight out of that being a child. Let's get rid of that headlight beam. We're going to call this headlight left. And then if we duplicate it, and this one can be called No Prizes for Guessing, headlight right. And then we take them both and put them under the object. Back up here. We don't want 0 on the position. We want it to be so minus 0.8, which means for the other one it's going to be 0.8. Okay. Now clearly they are both facing, need to change the rotation because they're facing the same way. We have on the left one, we got these back to front now. We do! Okay, let's just do a quick rename. Well, that one is right and this one as left, and then we have minus 7 on the Y rotation. So we're going to have plus 7 on the other one. They both point different directions. There we go. I think for now we're going to actually bring up the lighting a little bit just so we can see it better for editing. Directional light, intensity. Okay, now we can see what we're doing. Alright, another quick run to the restroom, too much coffee, clearly. I'll be right back in about 2 minutes. Alright, so I think we're getting pretty close. I mean, that's looking like headlamps, right? We just need to move them close to the vehicle, possibly rotate them outwards each side, and then I think we might be somewhere close to. Alright, so headlight left and headlight right. Let's bring them closer to the vehicle. Let's do them each one in turn, because that's... Actually, no, we should be able to change the position. Okay, now I think we probably need to bring them further in. So the X position. 0.18. So if we look at the left one, it would be minus 0.18. There we go. And then if we look at some slightly increased rotation on the y-axis, and more, minus 8.5. And then this one's going to be 8.5. There's no convergence though. I want the two to merge at the tip, so maybe we need the spot angle, possibly. Let's set to 30. Whoa, hello. 31. 32, 33, I think 32. And then maybe not so bright. Intensity of 7.96. What about 7? Okay. Does that work? Let's have a look. Tick play and see. And it's lighting up the tunnel, which is good. We might need to make some changes slightly in the tunnel. Maybe, maybe not. So we've darkened it down again. If we go back to the directional light, and instead of 0.5, we have 0.2, maybe. We also need... WizKid, how you doing? Happy Monday. I think we still need something over the top of the car, because if we have it dark enough, we're not going to see zombies necessarily straight off the bat, so to speak. We probably want to have the car lit up a little bit so we can see it better.
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
Well, you could go for another coffee right now, but I'm going to make do with my Diet Coke. Coffee time, exactly. Let's drop a coffee cup, shall we?
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
Here he goes. Is he going to score 99 plus? Is he even going to land in the pool? Or is he just going to embarrass me? Oh, we got in the pool at least. 40.24. Quite a 99 plus, but you know, you got to start somewhere, right? Okay, so now we need to illuminate the car somewhat. Not a lot, but just enough so we can see it better than it's shown here without having to increase the lighting for the whole of the scene. So what type of light do we need? Blah blah blah. Light. Not directional, because that's for the scene. Not a spotlight, because that's what we just used for lights. So it'll either be an area light or a point light. Let's try putting both in the scene. Okay, and then we'll take each one in turn. So turn off the point light. Area, baked only. Okay, so let's go around to here. Let's lift this up. Here, let's see. So what do we have? Shape here is rectangle. Okay, and we have a range, width, height. Color intensity, indirect multiplier. Does nothing. Intensity. Shadows, draw a halo. Auto, everything. Well, clearly that's doing nothing for me, so get rid of the area light, the point light. This might be the one we need. Blah blah blah. So point range is 10. On a fairly narrow range, maybe 8. Just want to light up the car. We don't want to light up the whole road though, and we also don't really want it that obvious that we have a light overhead. We just want the light to be, or the car to be illuminated. Maybe something like 5. 0 and 0 maybe. 1. Depending on where we put it on the z-axis will determine how much of the light we actually see in the rear window. We have it 0.8. Take that light and child it to the player object. So it moves with it. Should give us a bit more illumination. We can change this back to 0.1 now, see how that reacts. Alright, and maximize 8. Now we have the lights at the front. I'm wondering if we even need to use an emissive material on the bullet. Let's have a look to the prefabs and the bullet and material and emissiveness. Let's disable emission for now. Let's hit play and see what difference we have. we probably still do, just because we're going to lose sight of it, possibly. No, actually, I think that's okay. It'll be alright. Alright, so we have the foggy stuff, which is not really looking too much foggy at the minute. We have the clipping fixed, and that's bringing the instantiated objects smoother into the scene. We have some headlights, we have tail lights, we have a light over the car so that we can see it. So we probably need to adjust the angle of the headlights, because when you go in the tunnel, you remember before when we talked about lighting in the tunnels, I wanted to have zombies like crawling along the tops of the tunnels, but I didn't necessarily want them visible all the time. Well, if the headlamps are shining on the top of the tunnel, then they're going to be. Whereas what I wanted was maybe a flickering light in the tunnel, maybe the whole of the tunnel, where you can only see it when the light flicks on. So with that said, we probably need to change the angle of the headlights. So when we're in the tunnel, we don't want them lighting up the tunnel like this. We don't really want them shining on the roof of the tunnel at all. So if we take the left headlight and right headlight, and then the angle will be on the x-axis to bring them down. Okay, to maybe 15 on the x. We change this. The 15. Try that. Okay, good. We're not actually getting the headlights light up the tunnel now. All right, good. I guess since we're doing lighting, maybe we can look at the strip lighting now. Possibly. All right, we'll have a quick look at the strip lighting in the tunnel, and then we'll probably go ahead and raid out for the day. We've had a good run, a good productive stream today, so let's see. What we need to do is light up the scenery prefab 2, which is this one. Take out scenery prefab 1, which is the normal road. Okay, and so in this tunnel, we need to have maybe straight down the center. I think that's either one each side, which it would be a bit of a coincidence if they both went out. Maybe we just need like one long strip light down the middle. Let's try that. Okay, so inside the scenery prefab 2, show Unity. In the scenery prefab 2, we need to have a strip light. We'll do right click, 3D object, cube. I'm going to call this strip light. Okay, and where is it in the scene? Okay. We need to drag it up, 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 up. We need it to go the whole length. The whole length of the tunnel. So need to put it in the center. Toggle the light off again. So the strip light needs to go in the center. About plus 220. Five maybe. And then change the rotation. Change the Z scale from 1 to probably 50. No, 50 is not quite enough. $60 maybe. Right, let's make it not the complete length, because sometimes you'll get two tunnels joined together and I don't want it just to be one humongous long light. Let's try doing 50. Yeah, I think that'll be okay. All right. So now maybe this is where an area light would work. Possibly. And the strip light needs to be kind of half buried in the ceiling. 1.3, 9. All right, we'll go with that. And now we need to add in a light. We're going to say is not a directional light, is not a point light, not a spotlight. See if area light would actually look. Rectangle. Okay. Oh, probably be 1. Okay, so the lighting units, area lights. We set that to maybe 6. Alright, so the width of the light, I guess it would need to be the width of the tunnel. You said maybe 10. Show browser. Alright, types of light component. Area light. A light that's defined by a rectangle or disc in the scene and emits light in all directions uniformly across its surface area, but only from one side of the rectangle or disc. So point lights, used for simulating lamps, okay. Spotlights, yeah, that's what we used for the headlamps. Directional lights, sunlight in your scenes, yeah, the whole scene, we're not doing that. Define an area light by one or two shapes in space, a rectangle or disc. An area light emits light from one side of that shape. Emitted light spreads uniformly in all directions across the shape's surface area. Range property determines the size of that shape. Intensity of the illumination provided by an area light diminishes at a rate determined by the inverse square of the distance from the light source. Because this lighting calculation is quite processor intensive, area lights aren't available at runtime and can only be baked into light maps. So an area light illuminates an object from several different directions at once. The shading tends to be more soft, subtle than the other light types. Realistic street light or a bank of light close to the plug. I think this is what I need. And it's not showing me anything. Time lighting or bait lighting. Point lights placed at intervals. If you want each lamp to cast a cone of light. Area lights. Only baked in Unity, URP, HDRP. Baking lighting, area lights, measurealistic fluorescent strips or ceiling lamps. Cannot be real time in built-in URP, only baked. URP can be real time. Okay. Making a driving game tunnel, I'd recommend spotlights placed at regular intervals along the ceiling with shadows disabled. It's a bit of misty glow on lamp meshes to sell the effect. Your tunnel lighting to be fully dynamic, or is it mostly static based lighting? You want to avoid dozens of lights and instead paint the strip as one continuous light source. Yes. Emissive material. I can do that, but that's not actually going to be a light, is it? It's not going to light the tunnel up. Model a thin strip along the tunnel ceiling, apply an emissive material, animate the emission intensity to make it flicker. This gives the look of a glowing strip. Okay. One or few long lights. Use a rectangular area light. Use a long stretched spotlight. Angle narrowed to cover the tunnel. Several overlapping point lights scaled to look continuous. The light intensity is 0 or disabled. The emission material should also be dimmed so the tunnel goes dark. A tiny ambient light. Oh, if you don't want. This is something I'm going to need to do a deeper dive into. So, on that note, probably going to call it a day. All right, so let me take a look and see who we have on Uno Momento. Alright, let's have a look down the friendos list, see who is streaming today, and let's have a look and see if we can find someone possibly that's raided us before we haven't actually raided into before, or raided into recently, maybe. Alrighty. Streaming Falcon. We raided Streaming Falcon not too long ago, I believe. Let me double check. Actually, I don't see Streaming Falcon on my list. Blah blah, blue blah, blee blah. I'll open up a couple of tabs here. Hopefully they'll be muted. Okay. Lucky. Somebody working in Godot. Concept iteration for a new game. Sounds like fun. Alright, we are going to raid out to somebody I don't think we've raided before. Let me just double check. Nope, we haven't raided this person before. I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, they might have raided here. So we're going to head on over the stream ending scene. And we're going to kick off the raid command. And we're going to go and check out for Coding Out Loud. See what they're up to today. They're working in Godot. They are working on a new concept or a new game, which is always fun to have that new game buzz. Thank you, Dukasoft, for keeping us safe. Appreciate it. As always, I will do my best, WizKid. That's all I can say. There are no guarantees, of course. Raid messages are there if you want to throw them into the chat when we get to the raid target. First one is for subscribers. Second one is for non-subscribers. Or if you just feel like checking out the content and not actually spamming the chat when we get there, it's no obligation. So, you do you, boo, as they say. So I'm going to keep working on this off stream. Hopefully can make it a bit more into a playable game since, you know, we have 4 days left. We may or may not hit the deadline. We'll have to see how it goes. But I'll be back, as usual, at my normal time on Wednesday of 9:30 AM Central Time. So, yeah, thanks again for everybody for your resubs today, for the newest VIP to the chat, which is Nerduino, and all the fun redemptions and engagement. So I don't see you in somebody else's chat before. I'll hopefully see you in mine on Wednesday. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
It needs to generate one when something happens that then prompts the next part of the story.